Every firm smile you show in the daylight hides a quiet tension that rises when the world finally goes still. When the voices fade, when the expectations loosen, when there is nothing left to organize or manage, what remains is the truth you've been holding on to. The fear of what might fall apart, the stories you replay, the pressure you place on yourself to keep everything running smoothly, even at the cost of your own calm. You weren't taught to let go, you were taught to grip harder, to plan everything, to fix everything, to hold the world together with your bare hands, even when life was never asking you to be its keeper. But there's a softer part of you, a wiser part, whispering that maybe strength isn't in the tightening, but in the release. Not in managing every outcome, but in meeting life without fear of how it unfolds. Not escape, but surrender without defeat. A quiet kind of courage. The Stoics knew this. They believed peace begins not when life becomes easier, but when you stop demanding that it bends to your control. They taught that reality is not your enemy, resisting it is. That certainty is a myth, and control is a rope that burns your hands the tighter you pull, and that the moment you loosen your grip, even just a little, your breath deepens, your mind softens, your heart finally has room to rest. Tonight, that is what this teaching is for. A slow unwinding, a gentle release of the things you were never meant to carry alone, a return to the truth you forgot in all the noise. Peace begins the moment you stop needing control. And tonight, you'll feel the weight of that truth lift from your shoulders, one breath at a time. When the introduction ends, something shifts inside you, not loudly, but in that quiet way the mind adjusts when life finally stops demanding anything from you. A softer awareness rises, the kind you rarely have space to notice during the day. It isn't here to judge you or expose your flaws. It's here to help you see yourself with clarity, because peace doesn't arrive through force. It arrives through understanding. And the first true step toward releasing the constant need for control begins with the courage to look inward with honesty instead of fear. A moral autopsy is not an attack on your character. It isn't a moment where you relive your day with guilt. It is a gentle examination, the kind a wise teacher would guide you through. Steady, patient, calm. You walk through the hours you lived, not to punish yourself, but to understand why you moved the way you did. Night is the perfect time for this practice. The noise is gone, the world has slowed, and you no longer have to perform or pretend. It's just you, your thoughts, and the truth you've been carrying quietly beneath everything you showed others. This reflective process begins by reviewing your actions, your tone, your reactions, and the emotions that shaped them. You revisit moments where tension took over, where frustration slipped through, where worry drove your choices, or where old beliefs dictated your behavior before you had time to think. You also bring forward the quieter moments, the ones people overlook, when you hesitated, softened, withdrew, or acted from insecurity. These details are not failures, they are messages. They reveal what you fear, what you need, what you protect, and what you still struggle to accept. As you move deeper into this nightly examination, your patterns begin revealing themselves. You might notice you become defensive when you feel unappreciated. You might see that you rush when you fear falling behind. You might recognize that you speak sharply when you feel unheard. These realizations aren't meant to shame you. They're meant to free you. Once you see the root behind your reactions, they lose their power. Control is often a response to fear, but fear weakens when you understand it. This practice also brings your strengths into view, those quiet moments where you chose patience over impulse, compassion over irritation, honesty over convenience, or self-control when reacting would have been easier. These moments matter because they show growth. They prove you are becoming more aware, more intentional, more grounded, even if no one else notices. You don't only learn from where you struggled, you learn from where you succeeded. Over time, this reflective process leads you into deeper territory. You begin to uncover the beliefs beneath your behavior. You start to see why certain things trigger you. You discover where your expectations come from, whose voice echoes in your mind, and what wounds you still protect instinctively. You may find that much of your need for control comes from old survival patterns, times in your life when controlling things was the only way to feel safe. But today, you are no longer living in those old conditions. This understanding helps your nervous system relax. It helps your mind soften. It helps your heart release what is no longer needed. A moral autopsy also strengthens your ability to observe without reacting. Instead of being dragged by your thoughts, you learn to witness them. Instead of drowning in your emotions, you learn to name them. Instead of being controlled by your impulses, you learn to pause. This is one of the core lessons of Stoicism. You gain power not by controlling the world, but by understanding yourself. What once felt chaotic starts to feel manageable. What once felt overwhelming begins to feel clearer. Peace is not the absence of thought. It is the absence of internal resistance. When the reflection comes to its natural end, you release the day. Every misunderstanding, every moment of tension, every unfinished task, every imperfect reaction. You let it go because the day is over and cannot be rewritten. Acceptance is not agreement. It is the release of the fight against what already happened. In that release, your mind lightens. The grip loosens. Control becomes unnecessary. Peace has space to enter. Practicing this consistently reshapes the way you live. You sleep with a quieter mind. You wake with deeper awareness. You move through your day with more intention because you are no longer carrying emotional leftovers from the day before. You react with more clarity because you understand yourself better. Slowly, gently, almost without noticing, you begin to live with less pressure and more presence. You start responding instead of controlling. You begin choosing instead of reacting. You become steadier inside yourself, and this steadiness is what acceptance feels like. This is how the mind learns to rest. This is how the heart learns to release. This is how the need for control begins to fade, not because life becomes easier, but because you become wiser. And when night comes again, this practice will be waiting for you, ready to help you meet yourself with honesty and compassion, guiding you step by step into a life where peace is not something distant or fragile, but something you create every time you let go of what you cannot change. The clarity gained from looking honestly at your day creates a quiet shift inside you, a soft opening that wasn't there before. When you finally stop fighting your own patterns, the mind becomes ready for a deeper kind of awareness, one that changes not just how you reflect on the past, but how you meet the present. The next step isn't about correcting anything or rehearsing better reactions. It's about learning to value the moments you often rush through. There is a practice that pulls you closer to life in a way few techniques can. A practice the Stoics held close because it reshapes the way you see everything you touch, everything you feel, everything you experience. The last time meditation isn't dramatic or mystical. It's a simple reminder of the truth most people avoid. One day, every familiar moment will happen for the final time, not to frighten you, but to wake you. When you treat today as if it will never return, you see life with sharper eyes and a softer heart. Nothing becomes ordinary. Nothing is taken for granted. This meditation teaches you to meet your life fully, instead of rushing past it. It begins by pausing before something routine, closing a door, pouring water, speaking to someone, stepping outside, and allowing yourself to remember that one day this small action will not be part of your life anymore. This thought is not meant to sadden you, it's meant to deepen your presence. When you feel this truth, your senses become more awake. You notice your breath, the texture of your surroundings, the tone of your voice, the feeling of your footsteps. Instead of forcing control over the moment, you enter it with appreciation. You inhabit your life instead of managing it. This meditation helps dissolve anxiety because anxiety thrives on the future, on the fear of what might happen, on the pressure of what needs to be perfect. But when you treat a moment as if it is sacred, your mind stops racing toward what's next. It settles, it lands, it roots itself in what is directly in front of you. The feeling is not dramatic, it's grounding. You begin to appreciate the weight of your own presence, the steadiness that comes when you stop resisting the movement of life. Practicing this meditation also reshapes your relationships. When you view a conversation as something that might not repeat, you listen more deeply. You speak more gently. You allow more patience. Irritations fade because they lose importance. You become more aware of the person in front of you, their expression, their tone, their humanity. This doesn't make you sentimental, it makes you connected. You show up with sincerity because you understand that every exchange carries meaning. The Stoics used this meditation to strip away entitlement. Not the loud kind, but the subtle entitlement that lives in the belief that life will always give us one more day, one more chance, one more moment to appreciate what we've ignored. When you remember that nothing is guaranteed, you stop postponing presence. You stop assuming beauty must be spectacular to be worthy of attention. You start recognizing the quiet details that always surrounded you but rarely received your awareness. This practice also reduces the impulse to control. When you treat a moment as precious, you stop trying to bend it to your expectations. You stop forcing outcomes. You stop tightening your grip on how things should unfold. Instead, you hold the moment gently, the way you would hold something fragile. You let it be what it is. The pressure dissolves because you see that controlling the moment prevents you from experiencing it. And once you truly understand this, control begins to feel unnecessary. The last time meditation strengthens emotional resilience too. When you meet life with appreciation, your mind becomes less reactive. You stop escalating small frustrations. You stop clinging to fears. You start moving through the day with a steadier rhythm. Even when something difficult rises, you handle it with more patience because you are more grounded in the present. Difficulty does not push you as easily because your awareness has grown deeper roots. Over time, this meditation softens your attachment to perfection. You stop expecting the world to meet unreasonable standards. You begin to accept life as something living, shifting, unpredictable, and your nervous system relaxes into that truth. Acceptance grows naturally when control loosens. This practice teaches you that perfection is not needed for a moment to be meaningful. Presence is what makes it meaningful. The meditation also helps you appreciate yourself. When you treat your own actions as precious, you start valuing your effort more than your results. You acknowledge the way you move through the world, the quiet strength it took to endure certain days, the patience you've practiced without applause. you begin to see your own humanity with compassion instead of criticism. This is a quiet transformation, but a powerful one. You start treating yourself with the tenderness you usually reserve for others. As you continue, something deeper happens. Life starts to feel fuller, even though nothing external changes. You feel more connected to the simplest moments: warmth on your skin, the sound of footsteps, the quiet of early morning, the softness of clothing, the presence of someone you care for. These things were always there, but you were too busy managing life to feel them. This meditation helps you rediscover what was never gone, only unnoticed. And when the day ends, you'll find yourself carrying less tension. The need to control loses its grip because presence replaces pressure. You don't have to force peace. It arrives naturally when you stop demanding that life meets your expectations. With this practice, you begin to understand a deeper truth. Awareness is its own kind of freedom, and presence is its own form of acceptance. The deeper your awareness grows, the more you begin to sense how much of your life happens without you truly being there for it. Not out of carelessness, but out of habit. The mind rushes forward, rewrites the past, gets tangled in what-ifs, tries to solve problems that don't exist yet, and pushes you through the day as if everything is urgent. But once you start practicing presence, even in small ways, you begin to notice how quickly the mind leaps over your own life. This is where the next practice becomes essential, because it teaches you to recover the parts of the day your awareness missed. A reverse day review is simple but deeply revealing. Instead of remembering your day in the order it unfolded, you walk through it backward, from the moment you're in right now, step by step, all the way to the moment you woke up. This shift in direction forces your mind to slow down. It interrupts the automatic storyline your brain usually repeats and reveals details you normally overlook. You experience the day as a series of clear moments instead of a blur of tasks and reactions. The practice begins with the final action of your day. You trace it back, the last words you spoke, the last expression you had, the last feeling in your chest before settling down. Then you take one step further into the moment before that, and another. Moving backward breaks the pattern of rushing. Your mind can't skim. It can't predict what's next because you're traveling in the opposite direction. This gives you a clarity you rarely experience in forward reflection. During this slow rewind, you begin to see subtle things, a tone in your voice you didn't notice at the time, a sensation in your body you ignored, a shift in your mood that felt small while it happened, but makes sense now. You may uncover a moment where you acted from stress, not intention, or where you held back kindness you actually wanted to offer. You might recognize a reaction you brushed aside earlier, or a small victory you didn't give yourself credit for. Reversing the day shows you the truth between the bigger moments. This practice also reveals how often your day was driven by momentum instead of presence. You might notice stretches where you moved unconsciously, repeating habits without thinking, not because you did anything wrong, but because the mind often runs on familiar scripts. A reverse day review brings those scripts into the light. It gives you a clearer look at the patterns guiding your actions, patterns you couldn't see while living them forward. Another effect of this practice is the way it highlights emotional transitions. When you move backward, you see where certain feelings started. Stress doesn't appear from nowhere. It has a beginning. Frustration, fear, impatience, sadness, every emotional state has a doorway. When you review your day in reverse, you often find the exact moment where your mood shifted. That awareness is powerful because once you know the entry point, you gain more control over how you respond next time. You stop blaming the entire day for one difficult moment. You stop letting one experience spill into the rest of your life. Reversing the day also teaches you to catch the good moments you missed. The warm interactions, the brief laughs, the small acts of generosity, the quiet moments of confidence. When the mind rushes forward, it tends to skip over these things because they don't demand attention. But when you look backward, these moments stand out more clearly. They become anchors, gentle reminders that your day contained more balance than your stress allowed you to feel. This technique also reduces regret. When you see your decisions in reverse, you understand the context behind them, the pressure you felt at the time, the limited information you had, the emotional state you were in. This helps you stop judging yourself unfairly. It softens the harsh stories you tell yourself. It reminds you that your actions made sense based on the version of you that existed in that moment. Understanding dissolves punishment, and from that softening, acceptance grows. A reverse day review builds emotional intelligence as well. You see how you influence the energy of your interactions and how those interactions influenced you. You notice where you stayed aligned with your values and where you drifted. Not with guilt, but with clarity. This clarity becomes the foundation for living more intentionally tomorrow. Over time, this practice deepens your connection to yourself. You start to see your days as more than checklists or obligations. You begin to understand the texture of your inner life. You learn how different situations affect you, how different people shift your energy, and how your mind behaves under stress, excitement, pressure, or calm. This kind of understanding brings a steadiness that control can never offer. What makes this practice so powerful is that it teaches you presence by retracing steps where presence was missing. It strengthens awareness at the end of the day so that tomorrow you show up differently from the start. You begin moving through your day with more attention, more patience, and more alignment because you've trained your mind to actually see your life instead of rushing through it. When the review ends, you're left with a sense of completion. You've honored the day you lived. You've collected the lessons. You've released the noise. You've returned to yourself. And with that return, the need for control fades just a little more. The next time you wake, you carry a new awareness into the world, one that helps you move with intention instead of autopilot, clarity instead of chaos, and presence instead of pressure. The more clearly you begin to see the movements of your day, the thoughts that shaped you, the moods that steered you, the moments that softened or tightened your mind, the more you start noticing something else beneath it all. The quiet pull of desire. Not the loud forms that everyone talks about, but the subtle cravings that guide your behavior from the background. These desires often feel harmless, even invisible, yet they drive more of your life than you realize. They influence your choices, your reactions, your expectations, your disappointments, and even your exhaustion. And once you start becoming aware of them, you begin to understand how easily they tighten your grip on control. Every desire promises comfort, certainty, approval, or relief. And every desire carries a hidden cost. The moment you want something too badly, your mind becomes tense. You become attached to a specific outcome. You begin to demand that life moves in the direction you chose, and the tension between what you want and what reality brings becomes a source of stress, frustration, insecurity, or worry. This is why the Stoics taught the value of releasing unnecessary desires, not to punish yourself or become emotionless, but to free your mind from the pressure of clinging. Identifying one desire you can renounce tomorrow is a gentle but powerful practice. It begins with simple awareness. You look at your inner world the way a wise observer would, noticing what you reach for without considering whether it truly brings peace. The desire might be subtle, the urge to be right in a conversation, the wish for someone's approval, the craving for constant productivity, the longing to feel important, the hope that everything goes exactly as planned, or the impulse to be perfect in the eyes of others. These desires seem reasonable, but they pull you away from calm. The goal isn't to erase ambition or passion, it's to notice which desires create tension rather than growth. Once you identify a desire that has been quietly shaping your behavior, you hold it up to the light. You ask yourself what you're actually trying to feel when you want it. Often the desire is not for the thing itself, but for the emotion behind it: security, validation, comfort, certainty, praise, or control. When you understand the emotional root, the desire loses its intensity. You begin to see that the peace you were hoping to gain through that desire was never inside the outcome. It was always something you had to cultivate internally. Renouncing one desire doesn't mean rejecting your needs. It means releasing the emotional grip around something that has been weighing on you. If you normally want every conversation to end perfectly, you release the need to steer it. If you constantly crave reassurance, you release the urge to search for it. If you feel compelled to finish tasks quickly, you release the pressure to rush. If you always want people to like you, you release the desire to manage their perception. These small acts of release become a form of emotional decluttering. They create space where tension used to live. This practice also teaches you how to respond to life with more freedom. When you renounce a desire, you're not losing anything. You're gaining flexibility. You're allowing life to unfold without forcing it. You're giving yourself permission to adapt, to accept, to adjust. You're strengthening the part of your mind that is steady under change. When a desire loosens its hold, you can engage with the world without the fear of losing something. That freedom makes decisions clearer. It makes interactions easier. It makes your inner world quieter. Another benefit of this practice is how it sharpens your self-awareness. Desires are often tied to old wounds, old beliefs, or outdated fears. When you choose one desire to release, you often uncover the story behind it, maybe a childhood expectation, a past hurt, or a belief you once adopted to feel safe. When that story surfaces, you see it for what it is, something you carried unconsciously. Renouncing the desire becomes an act of healing. You are choosing to no longer let that unconscious narrative shape your life. Letting go of even a single desire also cultivates self-respect. It proves to you that you are not ruled by craving. You are not controlled by impulse. You are not dependent on external outcomes for inner peace. This builds quiet strength. It teaches you that mastery is not about conquering the world. It's about understanding yourself well enough to loosen your own chains. As you continue this practice, you start noticing how desires shape your stress. You see that pressure often comes from the fear of not getting what you want or losing what you have. When you loosen your attachment to outcomes, what used to feel like chaos becomes manageable. What used to feel heavy becomes light. You begin navigating your day with a calmer center because you are no longer pulled in every direction by cravings you never questioned. This practice also builds acceptance. When you let go of one desire, even for a single day, you feel what it's like to move through life without gripping. The experience is quiet but profound. You respond with more patience. You speak with more care. You react with more balance. You allow disappointments to settle without becoming wounds. You discover that the world doesn't need to match your expectations for you to be at peace. And most importantly, renouncing one desire teaches you a deeper lesson about control. The less you cling, the steadier you become. You learn that peace comes from within, not from things going your way. You learn that freedom begins with letting go. You learn that acceptance is not something life hands you. It's something you choose one desire at a time. By tomorrow, when you release just one craving that has been quietly steering your behavior, you'll feel the space it creates. You'll feel the weight lift. And in that space, peace will rise. Not because life becomes easier, but because you no longer demand that it bends to your wants. You finally begin to understand that letting go is not loss. It is liberation. As you start loosening your grip on unnecessary desires, something new opens in the space that control once occupied. A quieter strength, a steadier presence, a deeper trust in yourself. You begin to see that most of your unrest didn't come from life being chaotic. It came from the pressure you put on yourself to hold everything together. And now that you're slowly releasing that pressure, the mind becomes more willing to listen, more open to guidance, more ready for a gentle kind of discipline that doesn't feel like force, but like care. This is where the next practice becomes powerful, because it teaches you to speak to yourself in a way that builds the future you want to step into. A pre-sleep oath is a promise made from the person you are today to the person you will be tomorrow. It is not a dramatic vow or a rigid commitment. It is a quiet pact with your future self, one that strengthens your sense of direction, reinforces your values, and shapes your behavior long before the morning arrives. It turns your inner world from a place of pressure into a place of intention. And when your intentions align with your actions, you feel grounded, stable, and in control of the only thing you actually own, your character. This oath is spoken before sleep because night softens the ego. You're done performing for others. You're done meeting expectations. You're done running. The mind is more honest in these hours, more receptive to guidance, more willing to admit what truly matters to you. Speaking an oath in this quiet hour imprints it deeper into your awareness. You go to sleep carrying clarity instead of chaos, direction instead of confusion, and purpose instead of the mental clutter you usually bring into the night. The oath itself doesn't need to be long, it needs to be sincere. You speak to yourself as if you are guiding someone you deeply care about. You offer yourself a promise that supports your emotional well-being, your discipline, your values, or your inner peace. It might sound like, tomorrow I will move with patience, or tomorrow I will not let small things break my peace, or tomorrow I will act with honesty even when it's uncomfortable, or simply, tomorrow I will meet the world with an open heart. These promises may seem small, but they carry weight because they are spoken at a time when your mind is ready to absorb them. Reciting this oath strengthens your relationship with yourself. You stop seeing your future self as a stranger you need to fix and start seeing them as someone you are preparing. You begin to treat yourself the way you treat someone you hope to protect. Gently, firmly, consistently. This nurtures self-respect because you start living in alignment with your own words. The more often you keep your promises, the more you trust your own discipline. The more trust you build, the less you need control. Trust replaces fear. Intention replaces anxiety. And your inner world becomes steadier with each small promise kept. Another benefit of this practice is how it clarifies your priorities. When you choose one promise each night, You choose what matters most for the next day. Instead of waking up scattered or overwhelmed, you wake with direction. You start your day with a guiding intention that shapes your decisions. You waste less time, react less impulsively, and respond with more clarity because you're not scrambling to figure out what kind of person you want to be. You already chose the night before. This does not make life predictable, but it makes you more intentional within the unpredictability. This nightly oath also reduces the pressure to be perfect. Instead of demanding everything from yourself, you choose one path for the next day. Just one. You don't aim to fix your entire life in one night. You set a simple direction and walk with it. Over time, these small nightly promises accumulate into larger transformations. A single intention repeated consistently becomes a habit. A habit becomes part of your character, and character shapes the way you move through the world. There is another quiet power in this practice. It gives you closure. Night often brings unfinished thoughts, lingering stress, and unresolved emotions. But when you end the day with an oath, you signal to your mind that you have a plan. You're no longer lost in the residue of the day. You're no longer carrying confusion into your sleep. You're ending with clarity. This helps the body relax, the mind quiet, and sleep come more easily because you're ending the day with direction instead of disorder. Speaking an oath also reconnects you to your values. Each night, you remind yourself of the kind of person you want to be. You reaffirm your priorities without pressure. You return to your inner compass. When life pulls you in many directions, this nightly oath brings you back to yourself. It reinforces qualities like patience, integrity, courage, honesty, compassion, or discipline. Qualities that matter more to your peace than any external achievement. Over time, this simple practice becomes a form of quiet accountability. You start noticing when your actions drift away from your promises, not with guilt, but with awareness. This awareness gently pushes you back toward alignment, and alignment is where peace grows, not from controlling life, but from moving through it being true to who you said you'd be. The pre-sleep oath teaches you something vital. You do not need to control tomorrow to meet it well. You only need to shape the version of yourself that enters it. When you commit to a direction, even a small one, your mind and heart move together instead of competing. You step into the morning with purpose instead of pressure. And slowly, day by day, you become a person who does not chase control, but who carries enough inner steadiness that control stops feeling necessary. This is how peace builds itself, through small promises spoken in quiet rooms, kept in honest moments, and lived in the spaces where no one is watching but you. As you strengthen the bond with your future self through those nightly promises, something subtle begins to happen inside you. You become more aware of the emotional weight you carry through your days, tiny tensions tucked into your chest, unspoken fears behind your reactions, old wounds hiding beneath quick responses. You start noticing emotions, not just when they explode, but when they whisper. And once you see them clearly, you realize how often a single emotion, one moment of fear, irritation, embarrassment, or worry, shadows the rest of your day without permission. The next practice is designed to break that pattern, not through force, but through gentle awareness. Visualizing the worst emotion you felt today shrinking is not about denying what you felt. It's not about pushing it away or pretending it didn't matter. It's about taking back the power you gave it without noticing. Every strong emotion expands in the mind when left unobserved. It grows larger than the situation that caused it. It starts coloring your thoughts, altering your behavior, and influencing your decisions long after the moment has passed. But when you visualize it shrinking, you interrupt that process. You remind your mind that emotions are experiences, not commands. This practice starts with identifying the emotion that affected you the most. It doesn't need to be dramatic. Maybe it was a moment of irritation you couldn't shake. Maybe insecurity crept in during a conversation. Maybe fear tightened your chest when something didn't go as planned. Or maybe you felt overlooked, pressured, or uncertain. Whatever the emotion was, name it clearly. Naming an emotion is the first step toward understanding it. Once you name it, it becomes something you can work with, not something that silently controls your mood. When you bring the emotion forward in your mind, you give it a shape, not literally, but through awareness. You feel where it sits in your body, your shoulders, your stomach, your jaw, your chest. You notice how it felt earlier today, not to relive it, but to observe it from a calmer state. This simple shift from reacting to observing already begins to weaken its hold on you. Emotions intensify when ignored, but they soften under attention. Now comes the core of the practice. You visualize the emotion shrinking. You don't need a complicated image. You simply watch the feeling lose its volume, its sharpness, its pressure. You sense it compressing instead of expanding, retreating instead of spreading. The goal is not to erase the emotion, but to reduce its size until it matches the reality of the moment that caused it. Because most emotions grow disproportionate, not because the trigger was enormous, but because the mind amplified it. As you visualize it shrinking, something shifts. The emotion stops feeling like a threat. It stops feeling like a storm. It becomes something manageable, something human, something temporary. You begin to understand that emotions are energy passing through your system, not judgments about your worth, not predictions of your future, not warnings about your identity. They're responses, not definitions. This visualization teaches your mind that emotions do not have to dominate your day once the moment that triggered them is gone. This practice also helps you separate who you are from what you feel. When emotion shrinks in your mind's eye, it becomes clear that you are the space containing the emotion, not the emotion itself. This is the awareness the Stoics valued deeply, the ability to stand above your internal storms instead of drowning in them. When you see an emotion shrink, you begin to feel larger than it. Your identity expands to include calm, clarity, and choice. Visualizing the emotion shrinking also breaks emotional momentum. Many emotional reactions continue long after the situation ends because you unconsciously keep feeding them. You replay the moment. You repeat the story. You add new layers of meaning the original event never carried. By shrinking the emotion, you break this cycle. You stop adding fuel. You detach the emotion from the narrative. This gives your mind permission to release the tension it was holding on to without you noticing. Another benefit of this practice is the relief it brings to the body. Emotions often manifest physically: tight shoulders, shallow breath, clenched jaw, restless movements. When you shrink the emotion, your body responds. Muscles loosen, breath deepens, nervous system settles. You feel yourself return to your natural baseline instead of the heightened state the emotion trapped you in earlier. Peace enters through the body first, then the mind follows. This technique also builds emotional maturity. When you practice shrinking emotions, you stop being afraid of feeling them. You no longer treat emotions as threats. Instead, you treat them as visitors. Some stay longer, some bring discomfort. but none of them have the authority to control your day unless you hand it to them. You develop the ability to meet emotions without panic, without resistance, without self-judgment. Over time, this practice changes the way you experience your entire emotional landscape. You no longer fear strong feelings. You no longer cling to them. You no longer treat temporary storms as permanent realities. Instead, you become someone who can observe, understand, and release emotions with gentle authority. This inner stability reduces the need for control. When you trust yourself to handle emotions, you stop trying to control everything around you to avoid them. Shrinking your most difficult emotion from the day does not erase what happened, but it removes the unnecessary suffering attached to it. It gives you back your balance. It restores your clarity. It returns your peace. And each night you do this, you reinforce an unspoken truth. The mind becomes calmer, not when life becomes easier, but when you stop letting any single emotion own more space than it deserves. As you learn to reduce the weight of the emotions that tried to overpower your day, you begin stepping into a deeper level of self-awareness. You no longer move through life blindly absorbing whatever feeling strikes you. You're learning to observe, release, and reclaim your sense of inner space. And once you gain that kind of emotional clarity, the mind becomes ready for a different form of strength, one that allows you to meet the challenges of tomorrow before they ever arrive, not through worry, not through fear, but through preparation rooted in calm. Rehearsing tomorrow's difficult moment in advance is not a prediction of disaster. It's not an invitation to stress yourself about the future. It's a stoic exercise designed to give you the upper hand against anxiety. Most of the stress you feel around challenges doesn't come from the challenge itself. It comes from the fear of facing it unprepared. When you rehearse a difficult moment ahead of time, you give your nervous system a head start. You turn uncertainty into familiarity. And when something becomes familiar, the fear begins to fade. This practice begins by identifying the moment tomorrow that carries the most tension for you. It could be a conversation you've been avoiding, a responsibility you feel unready for, an appointment you're nervous about, a decision you've been delaying, or a situation where you know your patience will be tested. The moment itself doesn't have to be dramatic. Even small upcoming challenges can create mental noise if you leave them unexamined. Once you identify the moment, you bring it into your awareness without letting your thoughts exaggerate it. You approach it the same way a pilot reviews a flight plan, not emotionally, but clearly. You acknowledge what specifically feels difficult about it. Maybe you're afraid of a reaction from someone. Maybe you're worried about making a mistake. Maybe you feel insecure about your ability to handle it. Maybe you fear conflict or judgment or disappointment. Being honest about the source of tension gives you control over your response before you're even in the situation. Then comes the heart of the practice. You rehearse handling the moment with calm. You mentally walk through the situation, not imagining the worst-case scenario, but practicing the version of yourself you want to bring into that moment. You rehearse meeting the difficulty with patience. You rehearse speaking clearly instead of reacting impulsively. You rehearse staying grounded instead of letting fear or frustration dictate your behavior. You rehearse seeing the situation from above rather than being pulled into its emotional intensity. This type of rehearsal works because the mind is highly responsive to mental training. Neuroscience has shown that imagining an action activates many of the same pathways as actually doing it. That means you can shape your internal response before the real moment ever arrives. You give your mind and body the experience of handling the situation well. So when it happens tomorrow, Your system recognizes it, and the fear loses its grip. The goal is not to control the outcome. You cannot script other people's behaviors. You cannot guarantee everything will go smoothly. What you can rehearse is your own steadiness. You can rehearse the tone you want to speak with. You can rehearse the posture you want to hold. You can rehearse the boundary you want to set, or the truth you want to express. You can rehearse reminding yourself that discomfort is temporary, and that you have survived many difficult moments before this one. This practice also helps you separate the situation from your interpretation of it. When you rehearse calmly, you see that the challenge is just a moment, not a threat to your identity. You stop inflating the event into something larger than it is. You see it as something you will handle, not something that will overwhelm you. This shift alone reduces half of tomorrow's anxiety. Another effect of this exercise is how it strengthens your ability to respond instead of react. When the moment arrives, your mind already knows the pathway to calm. You've practiced it. You've walked through it. You've created a blueprint. This prevents you from falling into old habitual reactions, snapping, shutting down, avoiding, over-explaining, rushing, or second-guessing yourself. You respond with intention because you rehearsed intention. Rehearsing difficult moments also teaches you discipline. It trains you to meet discomfort rather than run from it. Instead of avoiding the situations that trigger you, you step toward them with awareness. This builds resilience. You start trusting yourself more. You stop fearing hard conversations or challenging tasks. You become someone who faces life with preparation, not panic. This preparation has another benefit. It reduces the emotional burden of anticipation. When you don't rehearse difficult moments, your mind fills the unknown with fear. But when you walk through the situation the night before, the unknown becomes less frightening. The mind stops spiraling. You sleep more peacefully because you're not lying awake bracing for impact. You've already met the moment once, with calm, and now your mind knows it can do the same tomorrow. Over time, this practice changes the way you face challenges. Instead of dreading them, you approach them with readiness. Instead of feeling powerless, you feel capable. Instead of tightening into control, you relax into preparation. This doesn't eliminate difficulty from your life, but it transforms your relationship with it. You become the kind of person who meets challenges with clarity instead of tension, presence instead of panic, understanding instead of fear. And when tomorrow arrives, you don't step into your day blindly. You enter it with quiet confidence. You enter it having already shaped your response. You enter it with a mind trained to stay steady. That steadiness is what makes acceptance easier. That steadiness is what makes control feel unnecessary. That steadiness is what the Stoics meant when they spoke of preparing the mind, not the world. This practice shows you something profound. The future is not frightening when you trust yourself to meet it. When you rehearse the difficult moment ahead of time, you are reminding your future self. You will not face it alone or unprepared. As you strengthen your ability to meet tomorrow with calm preparation, you begin noticing something deeper about yourself. You're far more capable, far more steady, and far more self-aware than you once believed. But even with all this growth, there are moments when the mind slips, moments where impulses rise quickly, where ego gets loud, where old habits resurface and pull you off balance. This is where the next practice offers something powerful, a way to bring out the best version of yourself in real time, not through pressure, but through guidance. The exercise of imagining a mentor watching your decisions is not about judgment. It's not about fear of disappointment. It's about invoking a standard, a quiet internal compass that keeps you aligned with your wiser self. When you picture a mentor observing your choices, you don't become someone else. You become more of who you truly want to be. You step into a higher level of awareness, one that naturally shrinks impulsive reactions and amplifies thoughtful responses. This mentor is someone you deeply respect. They can be a historical figure, a spiritual guide, a stoic philosopher, a teacher you admired, or even a version of yourself far wiser than the person you are today. What matters is the feeling this figure brings out in you, the sense of clarity, the sense of strength, the sense that your decisions carry weight and meaning. When you bring this presence into your daily life, even just in your mind, your choices begin to reflect the standards you aspire to. The practice begins simply. When you feel yourself approaching a moment where your emotions might take control, maybe frustration rising, impatience building, defensiveness creeping in, you picture your mentor standing nearby. Not to scold you, not to correct you, but to see you. Just the awareness of being observed by someone you deeply respect activates a different part of your mind. You slow down, you think, you choose more carefully. This is not because you fear judgment, it's because you want your actions to reflect the person you are capable of becoming. This imagined presence shifts your behavior in subtle but powerful ways. It tempers your tone. It sharpens your clarity. It softens your reactions. When you know your mentor is there, you're less likely to say something you'll regret, less likely to escalate a conflict, less likely to indulge in pettiness, anger, or impulsive decisions. You're more likely to pause, to breathe, to choose deliberately. This pause is where wisdom begins. One of the reasons this practice is so effective is that it activates something called internalized moral authority. Humans naturally behave differently when they feel accountable to someone they admire. This isn't manipulation, it's evolution. Throughout history, people grew through guidance, apprenticeship, and example. This stoic exercise taps into that ancient instinct, helping you embody qualities you already value: patience, integrity, courage, honesty, humility, discipline. Another benefit is how it strengthens self-respect. When you act in ways that would make your mentor proud, you make yourself proud. You begin seeing yourself as someone who deserves respect, not because you fear mistakes, but because you choose alignment over impulse. You make decisions that your wiser self would stand behind. Over time, this builds a stable sense of identity, one not easily shaken by emotions, opinions, or external pressure. This practice also helps you navigate difficult interactions. When conversations get tense, you often look at situations through the lens of defensiveness or ego. But when you picture your mentor present, your perspective widens. You see not just your own point of view, but the bigger picture. You see the energy you're bringing into the exchange. You see the kind of person you're becoming through each reaction. And this awareness helps you respond with more maturity, more empathy, and more clarity. Imagining a mentor watching you also reduces the need for control. When you feel guided from within, you stop trying to control everything outside of you. You stop feeling threatened by uncertainty. You stop reacting out of fear. The mentor becomes a grounding presence, a reminder that your strength comes from your character, not your ability to manipulate situations. This softens your grip on outcomes and deepens your trust in your own ability to navigate whatever comes. Over time, something profound happens. The mentor you picture becomes less of an external figure and more of an inner presence. Their voice blends with your own. Their guidance becomes your instinct. Their wisdom becomes your default response. You begin living from your highest self, not because someone is watching, but because you have learned to see yourself clearly. This practice also teaches you discernment. You start noticing the difference between the self that acts from fear and the self that acts from wisdom. The mentor helps you choose the latter, not through force, but through example. You begin to realize that every moment, every conversation, every decision, every reaction is shaping the person you become. And instead of letting old habits dictate who you are, you begin actively shaping yourself. As each day passes, this internal presence strengthens your ability to navigate life with acceptance. You stop demanding that the world match your expectations. You stop gripping situations with tension. You stop letting emotions drag you off your path. Instead, you move through the world with quiet integrity, guided by a standard that brings out your best self. And eventually, you realize something the Stoics knew deeply. You do not need to control the world around you when you can guide the world within you. This imagined mentor is not there to limit you. They are there to remind you of your strength, your wisdom, and your potential. They show you the person you are capable of being. They remind you that peace is not found by controlling life, but by aligning your character with your values, even when no one is watching but you. As you continue strengthening the voice of your wiser self through the presence of your imagined mentor, something begins to stand out more clearly. Your reactions, impulses, and emotions are not random. They come from different parts of you, parts that often collide, overlap, or compete without your awareness. These inner clashes create tension that feels like chaos. But the chaos isn't actually the problem. The problem is that most of the time, you don't see the conflict clearly enough to address it. This is where the next practice steps in with remarkable power. Labeling your internal conflicts is a way of bringing order to the noisy world inside your mind. It's not about judging yourself. It's not about trying to silence your emotions or force a single narrative. It's simply about identifying what's happening inside you with clarity. This clarity reduces confusion. It reduces emotional overwhelm, and it softens the instinct to control everything around you, because you start to understand the tension within you instead of trying to fix it through the outside world. At its core, this practice teaches you how to separate the voices within you instead of letting them blend into a single wave of stress. You might have the voice that wants progress and the voice that wants rest, the voice that seeks approval and the voice that desires authenticity, the voice that fears discomfort and the voice that craves growth. Before labeling, all these inner voices clash without distinction, pulling you in different directions and leaving you feeling fragmented. But once you label them, each one becomes a clear thread rather than a tangled knot. The practice begins by paying attention to moments where you feel pulled in two or more directions. You pause and ask yourself, what exactly is happening inside me? Then you label the forces at play. You might say, this is the part of me that feels afraid. This is the part that wants to avoid conflict. This is the part that cares about doing well. This is the part that doesn't want to disappoint others. This is the part that is tired. You're not trying to eliminate any of these parts. You're simply naming them. Labeling gives shape to what feels overwhelming. It turns vague tension into something you can understand. And once you understand it, you gain the power to respond instead of react. One of the most helpful things about this practice is how it creates emotional distance. When an emotion is unnamed, it feels like a full-body experience, heavy, consuming, unavoidable. But when you label it, this is the anxious part of me speaking right now, You no longer identify with the emotion completely. You step back. You become the observer, not the overwhelmed participant. This shift frees you from the emotional wave long enough to think clearly about your next step. Another benefit of labeling internal conflicts is that it helps you recognize which inner voices truly belong to you and which ones were inherited. Some internal conflicts come from old expectations, childhood rules, past relationships, or cultural pressures. When you label them, you may realize, this voice that wants me to be perfect isn't actually mine. Or, this part that fears being judged was taught to fear judgment long ago. Understanding where these voices originate helps you let go of the ones that never aligned with your true self. This practice also strengthens your decision-making. When multiple parts of you are fighting for attention, it becomes difficult to know what you want or what to do next. Labeling gives you clarity. You can see each perspective clearly instead of lumping them into confusion. You can identify which part of you is grounded and which part is reactive. You can recognize which voice aligns with your values and which one is fueled by fear. Over time, this clarity leads to decisions that feel lighter and more aligned. Labeling internal conflicts reduces the instinct to control your environment because much of your need for control comes from internal disorder. When you are unsure of your own emotional landscape, the external world feels threatening, unpredictable, and overwhelming. But when you can clearly identify your inner conflicts, the outside world loses its power to unsettle you. You stop projecting your inner turmoil onto your surroundings. You stop trying to fix external situations just to soothe an internal storm. This practice also creates compassion for yourself. When you see the many parts inside you, you realize that your reactions aren't signs of weakness. They're signs of complexity. You carry fears, hopes, insecurities, desires, beliefs, and memories that all want different things. No wonder you feel pulled sometimes. Labeling these parts helps you treat yourself with understanding rather than frustration. Over time, you begin to develop an internal language, a map of your inner world. You learn how to recognize the voice of fear versus the voice of wisdom. You learn how to distinguish the urge that protects you from the urge that limits you. You become skilled at navigating your emotional landscape, and this skill is worth more than control. It brings peace from a place of understanding rather than suppression. Labeling your internal conflicts teaches you one of the most important truths the Stoics understood. Your mind is not a single voice, it's a chorus. Peace comes not from silencing the chorus, but from learning how to listen to it without becoming lost in the sound. Once you know the difference between your inner voices, you no longer need to control the world around you to feel steady. You become steady within yourself. And that steadiness is what transforms your life. Not because circumstances change, but because you finally understand your own mind well enough to meet the world with clarity instead of confusion. As you become more skilled at recognizing the different voices inside you, something important comes to light. Many of your internal conflicts are fueled by a single, powerful force: the ego. Not the ego people insult one another with, not arrogance, not stubbornness in the loud sense. The ego here is far quieter. It's the part of you that fears being wrong, the part that fears being overlooked, the part that fears losing control, losing status, losing respect, losing certainty. It is the part of you that flinches when your identity feels threatened, even in small ways. And once you begin to see this ego clearly, you also begin to see how often it tightens your mind. how often it shapes your decisions, how often it pulls you into reactions you later regret. That's why the next practice is essential. The softening of the ego is not about humiliating yourself or diminishing your value. It's about loosening the grip of the part of you that feels constantly under attack. When the ego softens, the mind relaxes. And when the mind relaxes, peace has space to breathe. This practice starts by noticing the everyday moments where the ego rises. Not the dramatic ones, those are obvious, but the subtle ones. The quick tension you feel when someone corrects you, the discomfort when you don't get credit, the urge to defend yourself immediately, the irritation when someone overlooks your effort, the need to be understood, justified, or validated. These reactions reveal the ego's presence, not because you're flawed, but because you're human. The softening begins with awareness. When you catch that inner tightening, the spike of defensiveness, the rush to speak, the impulse to prove something, you pause. You don't suppress the feeling. You don't shame yourself for it. You simply acknowledge, this is my ego trying to protect me. Naming it takes it out of the shadows. It prevents it from hijacking your behavior. That pause, even if it's brief, breaks the reflex and creates space for a wiser response. In that space, you ask yourself a simple question. Is this reaction truly necessary? Most of the time, the answer is no. The ego reacts to protect you from imagined threats, threats to pride, identity, image, or certainty. Very rarely is your safety actually at risk. Once your mind recognizes that the moment is not dangerous, the intensity of the reaction softens. Softening the ego also means letting go of the need to be right all the time. When you allow yourself to consider another perspective, you become stronger, not weaker. The ego thinks that admitting uncertainty is a loss, but your wiser self knows it's a path to growth. When you soften, you aren't surrendering your intelligence, you're expanding your understanding. You're choosing truth over pride, clarity over argument, growth over stubbornness. This practice helps you in relationships as well. So many conflicts escalate because of ego. Someone interprets a tone as disrespect. Someone feels misunderstood. Someone wants the last word. Someone takes a neutral comment personally. But when you soften the ego, you begin to see interactions differently. You hear beyond the surface. You react with less heat. You give others more grace. You stop making everything about you. Conversations become lighter. Misunderstandings dissolve faster. You become easier to talk to, easier to trust, easier to be around. Softening the ego also deepens your self-worth. At first, this may sound counterintuitive, but true confidence has nothing to do with ego. Ego is fragile. It needs constant reinforcement. It needs validation to survive. True confidence is quiet. It doesn't panic when challenged. It doesn't crumble when corrected. It doesn't need to prove anything. When you soften the ego, you strengthen the self beneath it, the self that knows its value without needing others to confirm it. This practice also reduces your need for control. Most attempts at control come from the ego's fear of vulnerability. The ego believes that if everything unfolds exactly the way it wants, you won't feel exposed. But the world doesn't work that way, and the more you cling, the more overwhelmed you become. When the ego softens, you stop demanding perfection from the world. You stop taking things personally. You stop turning every inconvenience into an attack. Life feels lighter because you're no longer interpreting everything through the lens of threat. The softening of the ego is not a single moment. It's an ongoing habit. Each time you pause instead of reacting, it strengthens. Each time you release the need to be right, it strengthens. Each time you listen more than you speak, it strengthens. Over time, your inner landscape begins to shift. Situations that used to trigger you no longer hold the same power. You find yourself responding with calm, with clarity, with emotional spaciousness. This is what peace feels like. Not emptiness, but steadiness. Eventually, you discover something profound. The ego is not the enemy. It only wants to protect you. But its methods are outdated, reactive, and often harmful. When you soften the ego, you aren't silencing it. You're taking over the steering wheel. You're guiding your life with wisdom rather than fear. And with each softened reaction, you release another layer of tension. You free yourself from battles that never needed to be fought. You trust yourself more deeply. You meet life more openly. You stop gripping reality so tightly. This is where real acceptance grows, not from force or suppression, but from understanding yourself so well that you no longer feel threatened by the world. This is how the need for control fades. This is how inner peace expands. This is how you step into a life that is guided not by ego's fear, but by the strength of your truest self. As your ego begins to soften and loosen its grip on your reactions, a new kind of clarity emerges, one that reveals not just how you respond to life, but what you quietly step away from. The choices you make are shaped by your values, yes, but the choices you avoid are shaped by your fears. And much of the tension you carry doesn't come from what you face today. It comes from what you avoided. Avoidance is subtle. It hides behind busyness, distraction, irritation, procrastination, or sudden fatigue. But beneath every avoidance is something worth understanding. This brings us into the next practice, asking yourself, what did I avoid today? This question is not meant to criticize you. It's not an interrogation or a guilt trap. It's an honest exploration of the unfinished emotional business that quietly drains your energy. Because every avoided task, avoided conversation, avoided responsibility, avoided truth, or avoided feeling doesn't disappear. It waits, and the more it waits, the heavier it becomes. Asking this question at the end of the day is a way of pulling those hidden weights into the light, not to overwhelm yourself, but to free yourself. The moment you acknowledge what you avoided, the power it holds over you decreases. Avoidance grows in darkness. Awareness shrinks it. The practice begins by reviewing your day gently. You don't need to force memories or search aggressively. You simply allow the day to come back to you. One moment will stand out: a text you didn't answer, a decision you postponed, an uncomfortable thought you pushed aside, a task you kept skipping, a feeling you didn't want to touch. That is the moment you explore. You ask yourself why you avoided it, not in a blaming tone, but with curiosity. Was the task overwhelming? Did it require more energy than you had? Did it trigger insecurity? Did it remind you of a painful memory? Did it bring up conflict or vulnerability? Did it force you to confront a truth about yourself? Avoidance always has a reason, and the reason is almost always emotional. This question also reveals the gap between intention and action. You may have wanted to speak honestly, but stayed silent. You may have wanted to finish something meaningful, but chose a distraction instead. You may have wanted to set a boundary, but softened your tone to avoid discomfort. These gaps don't make you weak, they make you human. But seeing them clearly gives you the chance to close them little by little. Identifying what you avoided also strengthens your self-awareness. Many people assume avoidance is laziness, but avoidance is rarely about laziness. It's about fear, overwhelm, or a sense of inadequacy. When you name what you avoided, you begin uncovering the underlying emotion. And once you uncover the underlying emotion, you gain control over it, rather than letting it quietly steer your actions from the shadows. Another strength of this practice is how it reduces tomorrow's anxiety. Much of the stress you carry into the next day comes from tasks and emotions left unresolved today. They accumulate, they create invisible pressure, they sit in your mind as unfinished loops. Asking, "What did I avoid today?" gives you a chance to close those loops, or at least prepare for them. You don't need to fix everything tonight. Recognition alone reduces the weight. This awareness also helps you understand your patterns. You may discover that you consistently avoid the same types of situations, hard conversations, tasks that test your skills, moments requiring vulnerability, or anything that threatens your comfort. Patterns reveal where your growth lies. They show you where your courage needs to expand and where your fears quietly operate. And by seeing these patterns clearly, you break the spell they hold over your behavior. Asking this question also leads to emotional honesty. When you avoid something, it's often because you don't want to feel a certain emotion: rejection, embarrassment, discomfort, uncertainty, failure. But avoiding the emotion keeps it alive. Acknowledging the avoidance softens the emotion's power. It reminds you that discomfort is temporary, but avoidance stretches discomfort into the future. When you see this clearly, taking small steps toward what you avoided becomes easier. This practice also builds self-respect. When you identify what you avoided, you give yourself the chance to address it tomorrow with intention instead of dread. You're no longer escaping the difficult parts of life. You're meeting them. Even if you take just one small step toward the avoided task, you begin rebuilding trust in yourself. You show yourself that you are someone who can face discomfort instead of running from it. Over time, this question shapes your character. You become someone who approaches uncomfortable tasks with awareness rather than fear. You become someone who doesn't let avoidance quietly dictate the direction of your life. You become someone who uses discomfort as a guide rather than a barrier. This builds inner strength, not the hard, rigid strength of pride, but the steady, grounded strength of someone who knows their fears and still moves forward. This practice also reduces the desire for control. When you understand what you avoided, you stop trying to manipulate the outside world to ease your discomfort. You stop building walls, excuses, or diversions. You face what is real, and when you can face the truth without flinching, the need for control fades. Acceptance grows naturally out of honesty. Peace grows naturally out of acceptance. By asking yourself, "What did I avoid today?" you create a daily moment of truthfulness, a moment where you see yourself clearly without shame, without judgment, without pressure. You meet your unfinished emotions with understanding. You prepare your future self with clarity. And each night you ask this question, you release another thread of hidden tension, making room for a lighter, calmer, and more intentional life. This is how peace grows, not from perfection, but from honesty with yourself. And honesty begins with a single question asked in a quiet room at the end of the day. As you become more honest about the things you avoided today, a deeper realization settles in. Not everything that unsettles you is harmful. Not every difficult moment is a setback. And not every person who challenged you is an enemy. Some of the people who disrupt your comfort are the very ones who reveal your blind spots, strengthen your resilience, or help you grow in ways you would never choose for yourself. But growth rarely feels gentle in the moment. It arrives wrapped in discomfort, conflict, tension, or friction. This is why the next practice is so transformative: giving thanks for the person who challenged you. This gratitude is not about pretending the challenge felt good. It's not about excusing someone's behavior or denying your own feelings. It's about recognizing the hidden value in difficult interactions. Because every challenge, no matter how unpleasant, shows you something about yourself you couldn't have seen otherwise. And when you view these people through the lens of gratitude rather than resentment, your mind shifts from defensiveness to wisdom. The practice begins by bringing to mind the person who challenged you today. It might be someone who criticized you, questioned you, disagreed with you, annoyed you, ignored you, or pushed you out of your comfort zone. It could be someone close to you or a stranger who crossed your path for a few seconds. The difficulty doesn't have to be dramatic. Even a brief moment of irritation can reveal more about your internal landscape than an entire day of ease. Once the person comes to mind, you acknowledge the emotion they triggered. You don't force positivity. You don't pretend you weren't bothered. You simply allow yourself to feel what you felt: annoyed, insecure, defensive, frustrated, dismissed. And then, once the emotion is clear, you take a step back and look at the situation with a wider lens. You ask yourself, what did this person reveal to me today? Did they show me a part of myself I haven't worked on? Did they expose an insecurity I didn't know was still active? Did they challenge my patience, reminding me where I need more calm? Did they make me think differently? Did they show me a boundary I need to strengthen? Did they force me to slow down and reconsider my own behavior? Every challenge carries a lesson, sometimes big, sometimes subtle, but always meaningful when seen clearly. Gratitude helps you extract the value rather than get stuck in the discomfort. One powerful effect of this practice is how it softens emotional reactivity. When you give thanks, even silently, your mind detaches from the story that the person harmed you personally. It shifts you from, "Why did they do that to me?" to, "What did this moment teach me?" That shift alone can dissolve half the tension you feel. Gratitude disrupts resentment. It interrupts the cycle of replaying the interaction. It calms the nervous system because your mind reinterprets the experience as growth rather than threat. Gratitude toward those who challenge you also builds emotional resilience. You start noticing that discomfort is not a sign of failure or weakness. It's a sign of being stretched. You realize you can handle difficult interactions without losing yourself. You become less reactive around criticism or conflict because you've trained your mind to look for meaning instead of threats. This makes you stronger, not because you suppress your feelings, but because you understand them more deeply. This gratitude also reveals surprising truths about identity. Often the person who challenges you touches a part of your self-image that needs updating. Perhaps someone's comment triggered your fear of not being good enough. Perhaps their disagreement exposed your attachment to being right. Perhaps their impatience revealed how quickly you mirror tension. When you give thanks for this clarity, you step into adulthood, not just in years, but in emotional maturity. Another benefit of this practice is how it improves relationships. When you can see value even in conflict, you stop personalizing every difficult interaction. You stop assuming others are attacking your worth. You respond with more patience, more curiosity, and more steadiness. This doesn't just help you, it improves the energy you bring into conversations, making you more open, approachable, and grounded. Gratitude for challenges also reduces the need for control. When you fear difficult people, you try to control things, conversations, outcomes, impressions, environments. But when you appreciate their lessons, you stop trying to avoid or manipulate uncomfortable situations. You become more flexible. You become more confident in your ability to navigate tension without crumbling. You let life unfold without tightening around every unpredictable moment. This doesn't mean you allow mistreatment. Gratitude is not permission for harm. It simply means you extract value even from unpleasant interactions. You learn, you grow, you stay in your center. You stop giving people the power to ruin your day because you reinterpret their role in your life. Over time, this practice rewires how you experience challenges. Instead of seeing difficult people as obstacles, you begin seeing them as unexpected teachers. Instead of letting conflict drain you, you let it shape you. Instead of carrying tension long after the moment ends, you release it through understanding. You also begin to understand yourself more deeply. Which kinds of people trigger you? Which comments? Which tones? Which situations? Each pattern reveals a part of you that is still sensitive, still healing, still seeking strength. Gratitude illuminates the path toward that strength. By offering thanks for the person who challenged you, even silently, even briefly, you choose growth over resentment, clarity over chaos, acceptance over control. You step into a mindset where life's uncomfortable moments no longer feel like attacks, but opportunities to evolve. This is one of the quiet secrets of inner peace. Not everything that disturbs you is harmful. Some disturbances are invitations, and when you learn to receive them with gratitude, your mind becomes less defensive, your heart becomes less reactive, and your life becomes infinitely lighter. As you learn to offer gratitude even to the people who challenged you, your relationship with discomfort begins to change. It no longer feels like an enemy pressing in on your peace. It becomes a signal, a quiet invitation to grow, to understand, to evolve. But discomfort is not the only force that steals peace. There is another, far more subtle thief that slips through the cracks of your day without a sound. Wasted moments. Not the harmless kind of rest your body needs, but the moments you lose to distraction, avoidance, mindless scrolling, unnecessary worry, or habits that pull you away from the life you actually want to live. These moments drain your energy without giving anything meaningful back, leaving you with a faint sense of regret that lingers longer than you admit. This is why the next practice is powerful. Identifying a moment you wasted and declaring it recovered. This is not about shaming yourself or obsessing over productivity. It's about reclaiming the parts of your day that slipped through your fingers. It's about taking back your time, not by rewinding the clock, but by reclaiming the intention behind it. Wasted moments don't hurt because they're gone. They hurt because you never pause to understand why they happened. Once you understand, you regain control of your choices. The practice begins by looking back at your day with gentleness. You're not hunting for mistakes. You're simply tuning into the moments where you felt disconnected from yourself. You might recall a period where you scrolled endlessly without purpose, or a conversation you avoided even though it mattered, or a task you postponed because the discomfort felt too heavy, or a stretch of time spent worrying about something completely outside your control. Whatever the moment was, it has one thing in common. It left you feeling emptier afterward, not fuller. Once you identify the moment, you don't criticize yourself. You acknowledge it with honesty. You ask what happened inside you during that time. Were you tired, overwhelmed, anxious? unsure, seeking escape, trying to soothe something you didn't want to face. Most wasted moments are not failures. They are signs of emotional needs you didn't know how to meet. Understanding this removes the guilt and exposes the truth. That moment wasn't wasted because you're undisciplined. It was wasted because you were trying to protect yourself from something. And here's where the practice becomes transformative. You declare the moment recovered, not because you can redo it, but because its value comes from the lesson, not the lost time. When you declare a moment recovered, you reclaim power over it. You say, I learned from this, and therefore it's not wasted anymore. This shift removes regret's grip on your mind. It frees you from the heaviness of wishing you had done better. Regret pins you to the past. Recovery propels you forward. This act also teaches you something vital. Time is only wasted when you refuse to learn from it. With understanding, even lost time becomes meaningful. You turn what could have been self-criticism into self-awareness. You grow instead of diminishing yourself. And this transforms your relationship with time itself. You stop fearing wasted moments because you know you have the power to reclaim them. The practice also highlights your patterns. If the same kind of moment appears repeatedly, distraction, avoidance, overthinking, it reveals where your inner world needs more care. Maybe you need boundaries. Maybe you need rest. Maybe you need emotional honesty. Maybe you need discipline or clarity or courage. The repeated waste points directly to the area of your life that's asking for attention. Without judgment, you now know where to focus your growth. Another benefit is how it strengthens presence. When you declare a moment recovered, you become more aware of how you spend the next one. You become intentional instead of drifting. You engage instead of numbing. You choose instead of reacting. And because you're no longer burdened by regret, your mind is lighter, clearer, and more available to the present. This practice also reduces your need for control. Many wasted moments come from rushing, forcing, or overthinking. Behaviors rooted in the belief that you must manage every outcome perfectly. When you recover a wasted moment through understanding, you release that pressure. You stop gripping the day so tightly. You accept that imperfection is natural. You learn that moments don't need to be flawless to hold value. This softens the inner critic and helps you move through life with more compassion toward yourself. Declaring the moment recovered is also a promise to your future self. It says, I see where my attention drifted, and I choose differently now. That choice is powerful. It builds discipline without force. It builds character without punishment. It builds trust without pressure. You begin shaping your future not through regret, but through awareness. Over time, this practice rewires the way you view your day. Instead of seeing it as a series of successes and failures, you begin to see it as a continuous learning process. You stop judging yourself for the moments where you fell short. You start appreciating the moments where you got back up. You understand that recovery, not perfection, is what shapes resilience. By the time you place your head on the pillow, the weight of regret has dissolved. You've transformed what could have been a source of heaviness into a source of clarity. And with each recovered moment, you reinforce a mindset rooted not in control, but in acceptance and intentional living. This is the quiet power the Stoics understood. Time becomes meaningful not by controlling every minute, but by learning from the moments you would once have thrown away. Through this practice, you become someone who doesn't fear wasted time because you know how to reclaim its value, one honest reflection at a time. As you learn to recover the moments you once labeled as wasted, you begin noticing something profound about the mind. It becomes clearer, lighter, less burdened by the past. But clarity alone is not enough to free you from the deeper roots of fear. The fear of losing what you have, the fear of change, the fear of uncertainty, the fear of life shifting in ways you cannot control. These fears quietly shape your decisions, your expectations, and your emotional reactions. They create tension even when your day goes well, and they keep you clinging tightly to comfort, stability, and familiarity, often without realizing how much peace that grip costs you. This is where the next practice comes in with surprising power: the nighttime poverty drill. The name may sound harsh, but the practice itself is gentle, profound, and deeply liberating. The Stoics created this exercise not to frighten themselves, but to break the illusion that their well-being depended on external possessions or circumstances. They understood something timeless. Fear of loss is often more painful than loss itself, and most of the suffering people experience doesn't come from hardship. It comes from imagining hardship without ever preparing the mind for it. The nighttime poverty drill is not about making yourself suffer. It is not about punishing yourself with bleak thoughts. It is about briefly picturing your life without one thing you cling to, something you believe you need to be okay. The purpose is simple: to free your peace from dependency, to unhook your sense of safety from things outside your control, to train your mind to see that you are stronger, more adaptable, and more resilient than your fears suggest. The practice begins by choosing one thing in your life that you rely on emotionally: your routine, your comfort items, your job, your social approval, your status, your possessions, your image, or even a convenience you take for granted. You don't pick the most extreme possibility. You choose something that quietly shapes your sense of security. Then you walk through a short mental scenario where that thing is no longer available to you. You don't imagine catastrophe. You don't imagine hopelessness. You imagine yourself adapting. You picture yourself still breathing, still thinking, still capable, still present. You picture yourself discovering strength you didn't know you had. The drill's power lies not in what you lose, but in what you discover. You can endure more than your comfort allows you to believe. This practice begins to loosen the fears that quietly steer your behavior. If you fear losing comfort, you cling to routine. If you fear losing approval, you twist yourself into shapes that please others. If you fear losing stability, you overwork, overplan, and overthink. But when you walk through the possibility mentally, calmly, without emotional panic, your mind begins to shift. It sees that fear is often a story, not a reality. One of the deepest benefits of this practice is that it reveals how many of your worries are tied to imagined loss. Worry is often nothing more than the mind rehearsing suffering in advance. The nighttime poverty drill takes that imagined suffering and replaces it with imagined resilience. It shows you that if something were taken from you tomorrow, you would adjust. You would find new strengths. You would discover new paths. You would not collapse. This realization is not dramatic. It's grounding. This practice also strengthens gratitude in a way that feels real, not forced. When you picture life without something, even briefly, you return to the present moment with a deeper appreciation for what you have, not because you fear losing it, but because you understand its true value. Gratitude rooted in awareness is far more powerful than gratitude rooted in obligation. It opens your heart instead of weighing it down. Another benefit is how it builds emotional independence. Most people feel safe only when life stays the same. But stability is fragile. And when your peace depends entirely on things remaining constant, you become vulnerable to every disruption. This drill teaches you to separate your inner stability from outer circumstances. You learn that your foundation is internal, not external. You learn that peace is something you carry, not something you borrow from comfort. The nighttime poverty drill also reduces the need for control. When you see that you can endure changes, you stop trying to micromanage life to prevent them. You stop bracing for every possible loss. You stop tightening your grip on situations that were never in your control anyway. You begin meeting life with curiosity instead of fear, with openness instead of rigidity. This practice also helps you discover hidden strengths. When you picture yourself living without something you rely on, you often uncover abilities, creativity, patience, or resilience you forgot you had. You see that you have overcome many things before. You remember that your strength has always grown the most in moments you didn't choose. But perhaps the most powerful part of this practice is how it reshapes your identity. When you let go of something, even mentally, you loosen the belief that your life must look a certain way for you to be okay. You stop defining yourself by your possessions, your routines, your status, your comforts, or your circumstances. You return to the truth the Stoics lived by. You are not what you own. You are not what you control. You are not what remains stable around you. You are who you choose to be when everything else shifts. This identity is unshakable. It does not crumble with change. It does not panic at uncertainty. It does not cling to comfort. It carries peace the way a flame carries light, independent of the room it's in. By the time you finish the nighttime poverty drill, you feel lighter, clearer, and unexpectedly empowered. You realize that your fears were larger than the reality behind them. You realize that loss may be uncomfortable, but it's not the end of you. You realize you are more adaptable than you give yourself credit for. And with that realization, the grip of fear loosens and the need for control softens. This is what the Stoics understood. The mind becomes free, not when life becomes perfect, but when you stop believing that peace depends on anything outside of you. Through this practice, you reclaim your strength, not by clinging, but by letting go. As you begin loosening your fear of losing what you rely on, something new becomes possible inside you. The courage to face parts of your past you've been quietly avoiding, not because they're dangerous, but because they still carry emotional weight. Even small mistakes, long forgotten by others, often linger in your inner world like a shadow you never fully acknowledged. They don't always scream. Sometimes they whisper. They whisper through hesitation, through self-doubt, through that subtle tightening you feel when you think about trying something new. And this is why the next practice matters deeply, sitting with one past mistake without judging it. This is not a punishment. It's not about reliving failure. It's not about reopening old wounds. It's about meeting a part of yourself you buried too quickly, a part that carried more meaning than you allowed yourself to understand at the time. Mistakes are not problems, they're teachers. But when you rush past them out of shame, you lose the lesson while keeping the guilt. This practice helps return the lesson and release the guilt. It begins by choosing one past mistake, not the biggest one in your life, not the one that feels too raw, just one that still holds a tiny thread of discomfort. Maybe it was something you said in frustration, a decision you made impulsively, a risk you didn't take, a responsibility you dropped, a moment where fear made your voice smaller, something you handled poorly, not because you wanted to, but because you didn't know better yet. Let it surface gently, without digging. Once the mistake comes to mind, you sit with it, not with judgment, but with curiosity. You don't say, "I should have known better." You don't say, "Why was I like that?" You don't punish yourself for the behavior of a past version of you. Instead, you ask one quiet question: who was I then? This shifts the entire experience. You begin seeing the mistake not as a flaw of character, but as a moment shaped by who you were at that time. Your fears, your understanding, your resources, your emotional capacity. You look at the context. What pressure were you under? What belief did you hold then that you no longer hold now? What fear was guiding you? What did you lack back then? Experience, clarity, self-awareness, support. When you see the full picture, compassion naturally replaces judgment. You stop treating your past self like an enemy. You see them as someone doing their best with the tools they had. Sitting with the mistake allows you to reclaim something important: perspective. A mistake often feels large because you view it through the lens of who you are now. But the person you used to be didn't have your current wisdom. They hadn't lived through the lessons you've learned since then. They didn't have the emotional insight you're building now. Blaming your past self for not being who you are today is unfair and unrealistic. This practice helps you release that unfair expectation. As you sit with the mistake, you also look for the message it carried. Every mistake contains wisdom if you approach it with openness. Perhaps it taught you a boundary you needed. Perhaps it revealed a strength you didn't know you had. Perhaps it exposed a wound that needed healing. Perhaps it showed you someone's true character. Perhaps it directed you toward a better path. Even mistakes that felt heavy at the time often end up shaping the parts of you that are now strongest. The key is not to rewrite the past, but to understand it. Understanding dissolves shame. It turns a moment of pain into a moment of education. When judgment fades, learning becomes possible. And when learning becomes possible, the mistake loses its emotional power. This practice also breaks the cycle of self-criticism. Many people carry anger toward their past selves without realizing it. This anger subtly affects confidence, decision-making, and self-worth. It makes you hesitate. It makes you doubt your abilities. But when you sit with the mistake and acknowledge the humanity behind it, you stop fighting yourself. You begin to move through the world with a softer inner voice. Another strength of this practice is how it helps you let go of perfection. When you sit with a mistake without judgment, you accept that error is part of being human. You stop expecting yourself to always say the right thing, react the right way, or know everything in advance. You release the impossible expectation that you should have lived a flawless past. When perfection stops being the standard, the need for control naturally loosens. You no longer grip your days with fear of doing something wrong, because you've learned that mistakes do not define you, they refine you. Sitting with a past mistake also builds emotional resilience. When you can face an uncomfortable memory without collapsing into shame, you teach your mind that discomfort is survivable. This strengthens your capacity to face future challenges without panic. You stop avoiding risks. You stop shrinking away from honest conversations. You stop denying your own growth. You step into life with more confidence because you know that even if you stumble, you can handle it with clarity and maturity. And perhaps the deepest benefit is forgiveness, not from others, but from yourself. Forgiving yourself doesn't mean excusing the mistake. It means acknowledging that you deserve compassion just as much as anyone else. You free your heart from the weight of old shame. You allow yourself to move forward uncluttered. By the end of this practice, the mistake no longer feels like a wound. It becomes a piece of your story, one that shaped your understanding, deepened your empathy, and sharpened your wisdom. You realize you don't need to erase it. You only needed to stop carrying it with punishment. This is how the Stoics found peace, not by being perfect, but by understanding their imperfections without fear. Sitting with one past mistake, calmly, honestly, without judgment, teaches you that your peace doesn't depend on a flawless history. It depends on your willingness to face your life with acceptance rather than criticism. And once you learn to do that, control begins to matter less, and peace begins to matter more. As you learn to sit with past mistakes without judgment, something inside you softens. You stop fighting the versions of yourself that didn't know better. You stop gripping the past with shame. And when that grip loosens, something valuable rises to the surface, a quiet understanding that your growth has never depended on perfection. It has always depended on awareness. But even with this awareness, the mind still drifts. Even with new intentions, you still forget the truths that could have guided you. Throughout your day, there were moments when a single sentence, a reminder, a truth, a grounding thought could have changed your reaction, your tone, your choice, or your inner state. Not because you were wrong, but because you were human. And this leads into the next practice, writing one sentence you wish you had remembered today. This sentence is not a reprimand. It's not meant to scold you or highlight what you did poorly. It is a compass, a gentle reminder that helps you reconnect with the person you want to be. Every day teaches you something different, and every day asks for its own kind of wisdom. Sometimes the wisdom you needed was kindness, sometimes patience, sometimes courage, sometimes restraint, sometimes self-trust, sometimes letting go. And often the mind forgets these truths in the rush of living. Writing the one sentence you wish you had remembered today is how you bring that wisdom back into consciousness. The practice begins by reflecting on the moment that felt the hardest for you, the moment where your emotions rose, or your patience thinned, or your clarity wavered, or your insecurity whispered louder than your confidence. It was the moment that pulled you away from your center, the moment you wished you could have met with more balance. You don't judge yourself for it. You simply return to it with honest eyes. And from that moment, you extract the sentence that would have helped you breathe easier. It might be something simple like, "This moment is not as big as it feels," or "My worth is not determined by this outcome," or "I don't have to respond right away," or "Peace is more important than being right," or "Their reaction is not about me," or "I can choose calm," or "I've handled worse than this," or "This feeling will pass." The sentence is often small, but its power lies in its truth. It's the sentence your future self would whisper to you if they could reach back into the day and guide you. Writing it down does something important. It transfers the wisdom from thought to intention. Thoughts can fade. Writing stays. The act of writing makes the truth more concrete. You see it. You acknowledge it. You anchor it. And once anchored, it becomes easier to remember tomorrow. One of the deeper benefits of this practice is how it closes the emotional gaps in your day. When you forget a grounding truth in a difficult moment, you often feel off balance afterward, tight, unsettled, frustrated with yourself. Writing the sentence restores emotional order. It gives closure to the moment. It transforms the experience from something you endured into something you learned from. You stop carrying the weight of, "I should have handled that better," and replace it with, "Now I know what I needed." This practice also strengthens emotional intelligence. Over time, as you write a new sentence each night, you begin to notice patterns. Maybe your sentences often revolve around patience, or boundaries, or self-worth, or slowing down, or trusting yourself. These patterns reveal where your mind tends to forget wisdom the most. And once you see that pattern, you begin anticipating it. You can prepare for it. You can catch yourself earlier. This turns your daily life into a continuous loop of learning rather than repetition. Writing one sentence you wish you had remembered also reduces the need for control. When you know that every day will bring moments you forget and moments you learn, you stop trying to manage every situation perfectly. You allow yourself to be human. You accept that forgetting is part of growth. Instead of gripping your day tightly with the hope of flawlessly navigating it, you move through it with openness and reflection. This shift alone creates more peace than control ever could. Another important effect of this practice is how it builds self-trust. When you write the sentence, you're not only acknowledging what you needed, you're promising yourself that you will carry this wisdom forward. You're showing your inner self that you pay attention, that you care, that you're committed to your growth. This builds a gentle, steady form of confidence, the kind rooted not in performance, but in consistency. Repeated over many nights, this practice becomes a form of self-guidance. You are essentially creating a library of wisdom tailored to your life. Each sentence is a distilled truth that came directly from lived experience. These sentences become your teachers. They become your reminders. They become your quiet armor against the pressures of the world. And perhaps the most powerful part is this: the sentence you needed today may be exactly the sentence that guides you tomorrow. Life has a way of repeating lessons until you learn them, and with each night of writing, you shorten the distance between the moment you forget and the moment you remember. By writing one sentence you wish you had remembered today, you reclaim responsibility for your peace, not through control, but through clarity. You acknowledge the wisdom you missed, and you choose to carry it forward. You reshape your inner dialogue. You strengthen your awareness. You build a habit of meeting your life with intentionality rather than instinct. This is how the Stoics built character. Not through punishment, but through reflection. Not through regret, but through understanding. And each sentence you write becomes another step toward the life you're trying to build. One quiet reminder at a time, turning today's forgetfulness into tomorrow's calm. As you begin shaping your evenings around the wisdom you wish you had carried through the day, you naturally become more aware of the tiny moments where tension built inside you. Not the big conflicts, not the dramatic mistakes, the small frictions, the brief irritations, the quick judgments you made in passing, the little disappointments you tucked away. These tiny emotional splinters often go unnoticed, yet they accumulate quietly, tightening your chest, sharpening your thoughts, and hardening your mood without you realizing it. And this leads into the next practice, one that's simple, subtle, and surprisingly powerful: micro-forgiveness. Micro-forgiveness is the act of releasing the small hurts that didn't seem significant enough to address, but still left a mark. It's learning to unclench your mind from the minor emotional debris you collected throughout the day, because peace isn't only stolen by major wounds, it's worn down by the small ones that pile up unnoticed. Each tiny irritation adds a layer of tension. Each quiet resentment adds weight. Each brief moment of self-criticism leaves a trace, and by the end of the day, these traces accumulate into emotional heaviness. Micro-forgiveness is how you clear the debris before it turns into something larger. The practice starts by bringing awareness to the small moments that bothered you today. The slight rudeness from someone, the tone that caught you off guard, the mistake you made and immediately regretted, the thing you said that didn't come out right, the text someone didn't answer, the task you didn't finish, the look you interpreted negatively, the moment you wished you had been more patient. None of these moments seem heavy on their own, but together they can quietly shape your mood, your thoughts, and the energy you carry into tomorrow. Once the small moment surfaces, you acknowledge it without minimizing it. You don't tell yourself, "It wasn't a big deal." You don't say, "I shouldn't feel this way." You allow the feeling to be real, no matter how small it seems. This honesty prevents the moment from sinking deeper into your emotional system. Then comes the heart of the practice. You forgive the moment, not because it was justified, not because it didn't bother you, but because you choose not to carry it. You forgive the person who interrupted you. You forgive the co-worker who frustrated you. You forgive the stranger who was careless. You forgive the version of yourself who overreacted, snapped, hesitated, or got overwhelmed. Micro-forgiveness is not dramatic. It is a small exhale, a simple release, a quiet letting go. One powerful aspect of this practice is how it reduces emotional clutter. Just like a room fills with dust if you don't clean it regularly, the mind fills with tiny resentments if you don't release them. Micro-forgiveness clears the mind's surface. It keeps the heart from becoming rigid. It prevents small tensions from turning into larger emotional knots. And it leaves you more open, more patient, and more receptive to tomorrow. This practice also teaches you compassion, not the grand, heroic kind, but the everyday kind. Compassion for others who may have acted from tiredness, stress, or confusion. Compassion for yourself when you didn't live up to your own expectations. Compassion for the human messiness that everyone carries. When you practice micro-forgiveness, you stop expecting perfection from the world. You stop expecting perfection from others. And you stop expecting perfection from yourself. Another benefit is how it rewires your emotional reflexes. When you forgive small things quickly, your mind stops storing them as threats. Your nervous system relaxes. Your reactions soften. You stop bracing yourself. You begin meeting life with more openness. You start assuming less harm and more humanity. This shift doesn't make you naive. It makes you free. Micro-forgiveness also strengthens boundaries in an unexpected way. When you forgive small things, you gain clarity on what truly matters. You stop wasting emotional energy on minor irritations. This gives you more strength to enforce boundaries when they do matter. Forgiveness clears the emotional noise so you can see real issues with more precision. One of the most profound effects of micro-forgiveness is how it reduces the need for control. Many of the small things you carry each day are rooted in the belief that others should behave a certain way or that you should perform flawlessly. But micro-forgiveness releases that pressure. It teaches you that peace is found not in managing everything, but in letting go of the small disruptions that don't deserve your energy. Slowly, you stop gripping the world so tightly. Over time, micro-forgiveness becomes a habit. You start letting go of irritations in real time rather than storing them for later. You forgive the person in front of you before the frustration settles. You forgive yourself for small missteps before they turn into self-criticism. Your emotional baseline becomes lighter. Your interactions become smoother. Your days feel less draining because you're not carrying yesterday's residue into today. And perhaps the deepest benefit is this. Micro-forgiveness teaches you that peace doesn't come from eliminating difficulty. It comes from refusing to hold on to the unnecessary. It comes from choosing softness over tension. It comes from creating space inside yourself, even when the world gives you reasons to tighten. By the time you finish this nightly practice, your mind feels clearer, like someone gently brushed away the dust. You're not weighed down by dozens of tiny irritations. You're not silently punishing yourself for minor mistakes. You're not carrying the emotional leftovers of the day. You're simply here, present, light, and ready to rest. This is how the Stoics built emotional stability, not by avoiding pain, but by dissolving the small burdens before they became heavy. One tiny forgiveness at a time, one quiet release, one softening breath. And with every micro-forgiveness, you step closer to the peace that grows when nothing inside you is holding on too tightly. As you begin clearing away the tiny emotional debris through micro-forgiveness, you start noticing something subtle. Peace isn't built only by what you release. It's also built by the mindset you bring into each transition of your day. And there is no transition more important, more overlooked, or more emotionally charged than the moment you go to sleep. For most people, sleep is treated like a shutdown switch, something you collapse into when you're exhausted, something you fight against when your mind is restless, something you treat as an afterthought rather than an essential part of your inner life. But the Stoics saw it differently. They believed that preparing the mind for sleep was an act of character, a moment of alignment, a quiet practice of virtue. Which brings us into the next lesson: rehearsing going to sleep as a virtuous act. This practice isn't about making sleep dramatic or turning bedtime into a performance. It's about recognizing that the way you end your day shapes the way you meet the next one. Sleep is not simply a physical reset. It's a mental cleansing, a spiritual pause, a reset for your emotional patterns. When you treat sleep as an intentional act rather than an escape, everything inside you begins to shift. The practice begins by changing the story you tell yourself about rest. Instead of seeing sleep as what you do once you've run out of energy, you begin viewing it as the final task of the day, one that deserves the same attention and presence you give to your most important responsibilities. You acknowledge that rest is not weakness, nor laziness, nor indulgence, but wisdom. A mind that knows how to rest knows how to think. A heart that knows how to rest knows how to feel. A person who knows how to rest knows how to live with clarity rather than chaos. Before bed, you mentally rehearse the act of going to sleep, not to force yourself into calm, but to guide yourself toward it. You walk through the steps slowly in your mind. You picture yourself preparing your space. You sense your body settling, your breath deepening, your mind loosening its grip on the day. You rehearse releasing responsibilities. You rehearse letting thoughts drift instead of holding them tightly. You rehearse meeting rest with willingness rather than resistance. This mental rehearsal works because the mind responds strongly to intention. When you give your brain a roadmap, it follows it more easily. Instead of lying awake spiraling through thoughts, you've already practiced the ritual of letting go. Instead of fighting the restlessness, you've rehearsed softening into it. Instead of ending the day with scattered energy, you end it with deliberate calm. One of the profound benefits of this practice is how it reframes rest as something sacred. You begin to understand that sleep is not the opposite of productivity. It's what makes productivity possible. It's what makes emotional stability possible. It's what allows your deeper work, your reflection, your honesty, your intentional living to actually take root. Rehearsing sleep as a virtuous act reinforces this truth. You are allowed to rest. You are meant to rest. You are stronger when you do. Another powerful effect is how it trains your mind to release control. Sleep is the ultimate act of surrender. You cannot control your surroundings while you sleep. You cannot manage outcomes. You cannot arrange life to go your way. You soften into the unknown every night. And for a mind that clings tightly to control, this can be uncomfortable. But when you rehearse going to sleep intentionally, you practice surrender in a gentle, safe way. You train yourself to trust life for a few hours. You train yourself to let go without fear. Over time, this loosens the grip you carry into your waking hours. Rehearsing sleep as a virtuous act also helps you resolve emotional tension. During the day, you may deal with stress, conflict, or minor irritations. If you carry these into bed, they don't stay quiet. They echo, they multiply, they tighten into knots that keep you awake or drain you quietly in sleep. But when you rehearse sleep, you acknowledge these tensions before lying down. You tell your mind, "This day is complete. I do not need to carry it with me." This doesn't erase your problems, but it stops them from hijacking your rest. This practice also strengthens your relationship with discipline, not the harsh kind, but the gentle, self-respecting kind. When you rehearse sleep, you choose consistency over chaos. You choose care over neglect. You choose presence over collapse. This small act of discipline reinforces the belief that your well-being matters and that you have a say in how your inner world transitions from one day to the next. Over time, you begin to notice something profound. You don't just fall asleep. You enter sleep. You arrive at rest with intention. You treat it as a return to yourself rather than an escape from your life. You stop seeing rest as an interruption to productivity and start seeing it as part of your character. You understand that the person who goes to sleep is the person who wakes up. And when you rehearse sleep with virtue, you wake with more clarity, more patience, and more emotional steadiness. This nightly rehearsal becomes a form of inner ceremony, a gentle closing, a final act of self-respect. It signals to your mind that you have done enough today, that you are allowed to release, that nothing more is required of you right now. It gives you permission to let go. And this permission, spoken from within, is what creates true peace. The Stoics understood something modern life often forgets. Rest is moral. Rest is wise. Rest is part of living well. And when you treat sleep not as collapse, but as intention, you learn to soften your grip on the world. You learn to trust the rhythm of life. You learn to surrender without fear. And in that surrender, control becomes unnecessary, because peace has finally taken its place. As you begin treating the act of going to sleep as something intentional, something rooted in virtue rather than exhaustion, you start ending your day with more clarity and less noise. And with that clarity comes a deeper awareness of the moments that still tug at your mind. Often, it isn't the tasks you completed or the decisions you made that keep you awake. It's the conversations you mishandled, the words that came out too quickly, the tone you wish had been softer, the truth you swallowed, the moment where emotion rose and wisdom fell quiet. These unresolved interactions linger because they touch the part of you that cares, about connection, about honesty, about being understood, about being who you truly want to be. And this leads us into the next practice: reconstructing one conversation you mishandled. This is not a rehearsal for confrontation. It's not a script for what you'll say tomorrow. It's not a way to shame yourself or reopen the conflict. It's a quiet reflection that helps you see what happened with clean eyes and calm breath. When you reconstruct a conversation, you're not trying to change the past. You're learning from it. You're turning emotional residue into clarity. The practice begins by gently bringing forward the conversation that still feels unsettled. It might have been a short exchange, a comment that felt sharp, a misunderstanding, a moment where you felt dismissed, or a moment where you dismissed someone else without meaning to. Or it could have been a deeper conversation where things didn't come out right, where you felt yourself shrinking, rushing, defending, or speaking from emotion rather than intention. Once the conversation comes to mind, you walk through it slowly, not with criticism, but with curiosity. You replay your words, your tone, your posture, your thoughts. You ask yourself, what was I feeling in that moment? What was I trying to protect? What fear or pressure was shaping my response? What part of me felt threatened, unseen, or overwhelmed? Conversations go wrong, not because people are bad, but because emotions take over when the mind isn't prepared. As you reconstruct the conversation, you also look at the other person, not through the lens of blame, but through the lens of understanding. What might they have been feeling? What might they have misunderstood? What fear or insecurity might they have carried into the moment? What need were they trying to express, even if imperfectly? This shift in perspective doesn't excuse harmful behavior. It simply reveals the humanity behind it. And then comes the heart of the practice. You reconstruct the conversation as the person you wish you had been in that moment, not to punish your past self, but to guide your future self. You mentally replay how you would have responded if calm had guided you instead of emotion. You rehearse the tone you want to use. You rehearse the clarity you want to offer. You rehearse the restraint, the patience, the honesty, the softness, or the boundary you wish you had held. This reconstruction works because it teaches the mind a new script. Most emotional reactions are habits, patterns shaped by past experiences. When you reconstruct a conversation calmly, you show your mind a different way to respond next time. You create a neural blueprint that will be available to you when a similar moment arises. The next time you face a conversation with the same emotional flavor, you will already have practiced the wiser version of yourself. One of the most important effects of this practice is how it dissolves regret. Regret comes from feeling like you can't change what happened. But reconstruction shows you that while you cannot change the past, you can change the meaning of the past. You can transform it from a source of shame into a source of skill. You can turn a moment you mishandled into a moment that shaped your maturity. This reframes the entire experience. Reconstructing a conversation also softens the ego. You stop needing to defend your behavior. You stop clinging to the idea that you were right. You stop replaying the moment in anger or embarrassment. Instead, you open yourself to growth. You learn, you adjust, you evolve. And that humility, the willingness to look inward without harshness, is what gives you emotional strength. Another powerful benefit is how this practice improves your communication moving forward. When you reconstruct a conversation, you begin to notice your triggers. You learn where your tone tends to rise, where your patience tends to thin, where your fear tends to speak louder than your intention. You learn which situations make you defensive, which comments unsettle you, and which emotional patterns you unconsciously replay. This self-awareness makes future conversations smoother and more grounded. Reconstructing a mishandled conversation also frees you from emotional entanglement. When you don't reflect on these moments, they simmer in the background. They steal your sleep. They influence tomorrow's mood. They show up as tension in your body. But when you reconstruct the moment consciously, you release its hold on you. You let the mind settle. You let the heart breathe. You lay the day down fully. And perhaps the most transformative part of this practice is this: you begin to trust yourself more. Not because you handled everything perfectly, but because you are willing to learn from what you didn't handle well. Shame blocks growth. Curiosity unlocks it. Reflection integrates it. And reconstruction strengthens it. By the time you finish walking through the conversation, you are lighter. Not because the conversation changed, but because you did. You transformed the moment into wisdom. You reclaimed emotional space. You prepared yourself for tomorrow with compassion instead of criticism. This is how the Stoics cultivated calm, by reviewing their day honestly, learning without judgment, and improving their character through intention rather than punishment. One conversation at a time, one reconstruction, one quiet moment of truth. And with each reflection, peace grows, not by controlling the world, but by understanding yourself. As you reconstruct the conversations you mishandled, you begin to feel something shift inside you. Instead of ending your day focused on what went wrong, you begin turning those moments into teachers. You stop letting small regrets follow you into the night. And in that softening, a new kind of awareness appears, one that often gets ignored in the pursuit of self-improvement, the recognition of what you did right. Because while your mind naturally highlights your mistakes, it rarely pauses to acknowledge your wins, even the small ones, even the ones no one else noticed. And this brings us into the next practice: thanking yourself for one good choice. This is not about inflating your ego or pretending everything you did was perfect. It's about creating balance. Your mind has spent years learning how to analyze your flaws. Now it needs to learn how to honor your progress. A good choice doesn't need to be dramatic or impressive. It simply needs to be true. Something you did today that aligned with your values, your intention, or your emotional work. Something that would have been easier not to do, but you did it anyway. The practice begins by gently reviewing your day and noticing one moment where you acted from your better self. It might be something quiet, like taking a breath before responding, or not snapping when you felt irritated. It could be choosing honesty over avoidance, kindness over pride, patience over frustration, or restraint over impulse. It could be walking away from conflict instead of feeding it. It could be setting a small boundary. It could be finishing something you didn't feel motivated to do. It could be speaking gently to someone who didn't make it easy, or speaking gently to yourself. Once you identify the moment, you pause and thank yourself, not superficially, but sincerely. You acknowledge that choice as evidence of growth. You name it as something meaningful, something that required effort, awareness, or courage. Gratitude toward yourself rewires the emotional patterns that keep you stuck in self-criticism. It teaches your mind that growth isn't only about fixing your mistakes, it's also about recognizing your strengths. This practice is powerful because it balances your inner narrative. Without gratitude, the mind becomes biased toward negativity. It clings to what went wrong. It exaggerates your flaws. It defines your day by your weaker moments. But when you consistently thank yourself for one good choice, you build a new pattern, one that recognizes progress even on difficult days. That recognition strengthens your confidence and reshapes how you see yourself. Thanking yourself also teaches you to honor the small victories. Most growth doesn't happen in big dramatic leaps. It happens in quiet, ordinary moments where you choose differently than you used to. One gentle response, one thoughtful pause, one decision rooted in intention rather than impulse. These small choices accumulate. They become habits. They shape character, but they only shape character when you notice them. Gratitude is how you anchor them into your identity. Another benefit of this practice is how it reduces perfectionism. When you begin acknowledging your good choices, you stop fixating on the idea that growth means flawlessness. You learn to appreciate progress instead of demanding perfection. This frees you from the need to control every moment. You begin trusting the slow, steady shaping of your character. You begin seeing yourself not as someone who must perform perfectly, but as someone who is evolving, learning and trying. That shift alone softens anxiety. This practice also strengthens your relationship with yourself. Many people move through life without ever receiving consistent acknowledgement, not from others, and certainly not from themselves. This lack of recognition creates inner fatigue. It creates a sense of invisibility within your own life. But when you thank yourself, you begin validating your own effort. You stop waiting for someone else to notice your progress. You stop depending on external praise to feel steady. You become the source of your own encouragement. Thanking yourself for one good choice also increases emotional resilience. When your mind remembers your strengths, it becomes easier to navigate future challenges. You carry a sense of competence into the next day. You build a quiet confidence that strengthens your ability to stay calm, grounded, and intentional. You begin trusting yourself more, not because you're flawless, but because you consistently choose growth. This practice also helps dissolve self-judgment. When you focus only on what you did wrong, you create a distorted image of yourself, one that feels incapable or flawed. But when you acknowledge what you did right, the image becomes more accurate. You see yourself clearly, with both strengths and weaknesses. And when you see yourself clearly, the need to control others or control outcomes decreases. Peace grows from clarity, not from perfection. Over time, this nightly gratitude becomes part of your identity. You begin recognizing good choices in real time. You begin celebrating your growth throughout the day. You begin noticing the parts of you that are wiser, calmer, and stronger than you've realized. You begin meeting yourself with kindness instead of criticism. And kindness toward yourself naturally expands into kindness toward others. Most importantly, this practice teaches you something profound. You are not only the sum of your mistakes, you are also the sum of every small effort you make to become better. You are the moments where you chose love over ego. You are the breath you took instead of reacting. You are the patience you offered. You are the truth you spoke. You are the stillness you practiced. By thanking yourself for one good choice, you reinforce the belief that who you are becoming matters. You strengthen your inner foundation. You build peace not by controlling life, but by recognizing your ability to move through it with intention. And as you carry this gratitude into tomorrow, you step forward with a steadier, more compassionate heart, one that knows it is capable of good and one that continues choosing it. As you learn to thank yourself for the good choices you made, you begin seeing your day with a clearer, more balanced mind. You're no longer only noticing where you stumbled, and you're no longer dismissing the moments where you acted from your better nature. This balance creates space for a deeper kind of honesty, an honesty that isn't harsh, but revealing. Because while your strengths guide you forward, there is another force inside you that can quietly lead you astray: desire. Not desire in the dramatic sense, but the subtle longings, hopes, and emotional cravings that cloud judgment without announcing themselves. And this brings us to the next practice: identifying a desire that made you blind today. This practice is not about condemning your desires. Desire is part of being human. You want connection, approval, ease, progress, comfort, understanding, control, affection, certainty, fairness, recognition. None of these desires are wrong. The problem arises when one of these desires becomes strong enough to distort your perception, to make you overlook something important, react too quickly, ignore a truth, or cling to something that isn't serving you. When desire becomes a filter, you stop seeing clearly, and clarity is the foundation of peace. The practice begins by reflecting on your day and noticing where you felt pulled, emotionally, mentally, or even physically. Was there a moment where you wanted something so strongly that it influenced your behavior? A moment where you were driven more by longing than awareness? It might have been something simple: wanting someone's praise, wanting a conversation to go your way, wanting a task to be finished immediately, wanting reassurance, wanting comfort, wanting to avoid discomfort, wanting someone to understand you, or wanting to be right. When you identify the moment, you look underneath it. What exactly did you want? What feeling were you hoping the desire would give you? Many desires disguise themselves as something logical, but underneath, they're emotional. The desire for validation, hiding under the need to explain yourself. The desire for control, hiding under the need to make things clear. The desire for comfort, hiding under the excuse of being too busy. The desire for approval, hiding inside the need to not upset anyone. Once you see the desire clearly, you begin recognizing how it shaped your actions. Did it make you stubborn? Did it make you defensive? Did it make you rush? Did it make you ignore your intuition? Did it make you take something personally? Did it make you tolerate something that hurt you? Did it make you behave in a way you wouldn't have if you weren't craving the outcome so strongly? When desire blinds you, it pulls you out of balance. It narrows your perception. It makes the world feel more threatening than it is. It magnifies small problems. It creates confusion. But when you name the desire, the blindness fades. Naming it puts a light on it, and desire cannot distort you once you see it clearly. This practice also reveals your deeper emotional needs. Some desires repeat: the desire to be liked, the desire to be respected, the desire to avoid conflict, the desire to feel in control. These patterns become clues to the parts of you still seeking healing. For example, if approval shaped your behavior today, it might mean you're carrying old fears of rejection. If control shaped your actions, you might be carrying old fears of uncertainty. If comfort shaped your avoidance, you might be carrying old fears of failure. Desire is not the enemy, it is the messenger. Identifying a desire that made you blind today helps you reclaim your awareness. When you see where a desire pulled you, you can gently loosen its grip. You don't shame yourself for wanting something. You simply acknowledge that the wanting became too strong. That's all. And in this soft acknowledgement, you recover your ability to choose rather than react. This practice also protects you from repeating the same emotional patterns. When you see that desire clouded your judgment, you naturally prepare for tomorrow. You walk into the next day with sharper eyes. You notice when the same desire begins rising again. You catch it before it turns into reaction. This is how emotional intelligence grows, not by suppressing desire, but by understanding it. Another profound effect is how it reduces your anxiety. Much of the pressure you felt today was tied to desire. The desire for things to go exactly as planned. The desire for someone to respond a certain way. The desire for the day to unfold neatly. When your peace depends on desire, your mind becomes tense. But when you identify the desire, you release the belief that your well-being depends on getting it. Anxiety fades because the illusion of necessity dissolves. This practice also softens your ego. The ego is fed by desire, desire for praise, desire for importance, desire for validation. When you identify the desire, you weaken the ego's influence. You see the situation more humbly, more truthfully, more softly. And from that softer place, you can choose alignment over impulse. Over time, identifying daily desires becomes a kind of internal purification. You begin noticing your motivations with honesty. You begin seeing your reactions with clarity. You begin responding from wisdom rather than longing. Your desires don't disappear, but they stop ruling you. You stop chasing outcomes. You stop forcing situations. You stop tightening around what you think you need. You begin wanting less fiercely and understanding more deeply. And that shift changes everything. It frees you from emotional dependency. It gives you more patience, more tolerance, more calm, more acceptance. You stop demanding that the world satisfy your cravings, and instead you meet the world as it is. This is where peace grows, not in the absence of desire, but in the ability to see desire clearly without letting it blind you. By naming one desire that distorted your perception today, you step into a higher level of awareness. You learn to separate what you want from what is true. You learn to meet life with clarity, and clarity makes control unnecessary because you finally see that peace comes not from getting everything you want, but from understanding why you wanted it in the first place. As you grow more aware of the desires that quietly shaped your choices, you begin to see your day through a new kind of honesty. One that doesn't shame you, but reveals you. And once you can see your own motivations clearly, another door opens. The ability to view your day not just through your own eyes, but through the eyes of someone wiser than you. Someone calmer. Someone whose inner world is not pulled by fear, ego, impatience, or desire. This leads to the next practice, one that is simple in wording but transformative in depth. Asking yourself, if a sage had lived my day, what would they have done differently? This question is not meant to make you feel small. It's not a comparison meant to make you feel inadequate. It's an expansion of perspective, a way to loosen the grip of your habits and give your mind a higher vantage point. Most of your decisions today were shaped by emotion, impulse, conditioning, and old patterns. The sage perspective invites you to step outside those patterns and see your day with clearer eyes. The practice begins by softly reviewing your day without rushing. You don't need to examine every moment, just the ones that felt charged, heavy, confusing, or reactive. The moments where you felt yourself tightening. The moments where clarity slipped. The moments where emotion steered your response. Those are the moments where the question becomes powerful. You then imagine, not as fantasy, but as a lens, a wise figure living the same day you lived. A calm, grounded, compassionate person walking through the same circumstances, the same conversations, the same surprises, the same pressures. They experience the same weather, the same traffic, the same schedules, the same obstacles. Nothing changes externally. Only the inner approach changes. You ask yourself quietly, how would they have responded? How would they have spoken? How would they have carried themselves? What would they have prioritized? What would they have released? What would they have refused to personalize? What would they have accepted without resistance? This isn't about guessing what a perfect person would do. It's about recognizing the gap between your reactive self and your wiser self, the self you are growing into. A sage would not have rushed the conversation that made you anxious. They would have paused, breathed, listened. A sage would not have taken that comment personally. They would have understood it came from the other person's inner world, not theirs. A sage would not have fed irritation when something went wrong. They would have adjusted calmly. A sage would not have tightened under pressure. They would have stayed steady and chose clarity over urgency. You don't compare yourself to them with judgment. You compare yourself to them with curiosity. This question creates a map, not of perfection, but of possibility. It shows you where your reactions are habitual rather than intentional. It illuminates the areas where your ego rises, your patience thins, your desires control your choices, or your fears speak louder than your wisdom. Seeing this clearly is not discouraging. It's liberating. Because once you see the difference, you can close it. One of the most important effects of this practice is how it softens emotional defensiveness. You stop justifying your reactions. You stop clinging to excuses. You stop hiding behind the stories your mind creates to protect you. Instead, you open the door to self-improvement, not through force, but through understanding. You see a higher version of yourself, and you realize it's not unreachable. It's simply a matter of small, consistent shifts. This practice also strengthens self-control, not the rigid, strained kind, but the calm, grounded kind. When you imagine how a sage would approach your day, you naturally become more composed. You notice where you could have paused longer, where you could have listened more, where you could have spoken more truthfully or more gently, where you could have accepted what you were resisting. This isn't about regret, it's about refinement. Another powerful effect is how it exposes what truly matters. A sage wouldn't waste energy on minor irritations. They wouldn't get caught in petty arguments. They wouldn't allow someone's mood to hijack their peace. They wouldn't rush through their tasks without presence. They wouldn't avoid important conversations. They wouldn't treat themselves harshly. They would walk through the same day you walked through, but with more intention, more steadiness, more awareness of what deserves attention and what deserves release. This question also reduces the need for external validation. When you align your behavior with the standards of a wise inner figure, you stop relying on the approval of others. You develop an internal compass that guides you regardless of how the world around you behaves. Your center becomes internal, not external. And once you begin living from that center, life feels less chaotic. You become less reactionary. You feel less threatened by uncertainty. But perhaps the most beautiful benefit of this practice is that it slowly brings you closer to the sage you're imagining. Not instantly, not dramatically, but subtly, through your awareness, through your small adjustments, through your willingness to question your habitual responses. By asking what a sage would have done, you awaken the sage within you. You activate qualities you already carry: patience, clarity, kindness, courage, restraint, wisdom. Over time, your decisions shift. You catch yourself before reacting. You speak more slowly. You listen more deeply. You reject unnecessary conflict. You stop feeding your fears. You let go of situations you cannot control. You move through your day with a quieter mind. And you realize that the sage was never someone separate from you. It was the version of you waiting beneath the noise. Asking yourself, what would a sage have done today, doesn't make you feel inadequate. It makes you feel guided. It gives you direction. It shows you who you are capable of becoming. And each day you ask this question, you move closer to a life shaped not by impulse, fear, or desire, but by wisdom, character, and inner peace. As you begin viewing your day through the perspective of a wiser self, you naturally start seeing your behavior with more honesty and less ego. But there is another part of your experience that deserves just as much attention. Something quiet, something subtle, something easily missed. Because while your mind is quick to remember your mistakes, your fears, and your frustrations, it almost always forgets the small moments where you succeeded. Moments where you showed restraint. Moments where you chose kindness. Moments where you stayed patient. Moments where you acted with integrity even when no one was watching. These small triumphs slip past your awareness because they don't demand attention. They simply happen. And that is why the next practice matters deeply, recalling one small triumph you overlooked. This is not about ego. This isn't about inflating your sense of accomplishment or pretending you had a flawless day. It's about restoring balance within your mind. Because inner growth doesn't only come from recognizing what you need to improve, it also comes from recognizing the quiet wins that show you're evolving. Most people speak harshly to themselves without realizing it. They remember every mistake, but forget every moment of effort. This practice begins to correct that imbalance. The exercise starts by reviewing your day gently, looking for one moment where you acted in line with your values, no matter how small. Maybe you stayed calm when you felt provoked. Maybe you stopped yourself from saying something unkind. Maybe you reached out to someone when you didn't feel like it. Maybe you walked away from a temptation that wouldn't have served you. Maybe you told the truth even when your voice felt uncertain. Maybe you listened when you wanted to judge. Maybe you allowed yourself to rest. Maybe you kept going when your mind wanted to quit. These moments rarely come with applause, but they shape you more than you realize. Once you identify the small triumph, you sit with it, not to boast, but to understand its significance. You ask yourself, what part of me made that choice? What strength did it require? What intention guided me? What old pattern did I resist? What emotion did I choose not to obey? What value did I honor? When you ask questions like these, you begin seeing that even the smallest triumphs are built from deep internal effort. You start recognizing the quiet discipline behind them. You start remembering that growth is rarely loud. This practice is powerful because it teaches you to see yourself accurately, not as someone constantly falling short and not as someone flawless, but as someone trying, someone growing, someone choosing better thoughts, better actions, better responses, even if imperfectly. The mind needs this kind of acknowledgement to stay balanced. Without it, you carry the silent belief that nothing you do is enough. With it, you begin building self-respect. Another important effect is how this practice reinforces new behaviors. When you recognize a small triumph, you strengthen the neural pathways associated with that behavior. You make it more likely to happen again tomorrow. Your mind learns that this choice matters, that it leads to inner stability, that it brings you closer to the person you want to become. You build momentum, not through force, but through recognition. Recalling a small triumph also helps dissolve self-criticism. When you see where you succeeded, your inner narrative shifts from "I messed up today" to "I made effort today." And that shift matters. It softens shame. It reduces anxiety. It quiets the harsh voice inside you. It helps you approach yourself with compassion rather than disappointment. When you treat yourself more gently, you show up in the world more gently too. This practice also reduces the temptation to focus on control. When you honor your small successes, you begin seeing that peace doesn't come from controlling the world. It comes from controlling your choices. The world will always be unpredictable, but your actions are where your strength lives. When you acknowledge a triumph, you reinforce the truth that what you can control, your character, matters more than anything you can't. Another beautiful effect is how this practice strengthens gratitude, not for things outside you, but for the qualities within you. Gratitude for your patience, gratitude for your courage, gratitude for your wisdom, gratitude for your restraint, gratitude for your honesty, gratitude for your effort, gratitude for the quieter parts of you that show up even when you feel tired, overwhelmed, or unsure. When you begin appreciating these qualities, you stop treating them as accidental. You begin seeing them as part of who you are becoming. Small triumphs also reveal your direction. They show you the shape of your values. They show you what matters to you. They show you what you are fighting for within yourself. Each triumph is a thread, and when you follow the thread, you see the person you're slowly growing into. And perhaps the most transformative part of this practice is this. When you recall one small triumph, you remind yourself that progress is happening, even on days that felt messy or ordinary. You prove to yourself that growth doesn't always feel dramatic or inspiring. Sometimes it feels like one better choice, one softer response, one moment of awareness, one act of patience. By recognizing the triumph you overlooked, you reclaim the narrative of your day. You remind yourself that you are not failing. You are trying, learning, and becoming. You strengthen the belief that you are capable of goodness even when the day feels heavy. And with that belief, you build a foundation of peace that does not depend on perfection, but on progress. This is how the Stoics grew, one honest reflection at a time, acknowledging where they faltered and where they rose. Tonight, you acknowledge the place where you rose, and in doing so, you give your mind permission to rest in truth rather than self-judgment. Peace grows here, in the quiet recognition of a small but meaningful triumph. As you begin noticing the small triumphs you overlooked, something subtle strengthens within you, a quiet confidence, a sense that you're growing even when the world isn't clapping. But there is still one force that can shake your inner peace more than anything else: the illusion that life will always stay exactly as it is. When you believe things are permanent, your routines, your relationships, your comforts, your health, your identity, you cling tighter. You resist change. You fear loss. You try to control what was never meant to be held. And this tension becomes one of the deepest sources of suffering. The Stoics understood this clearly, which is why the next practice exists, the nighttime impermanence drill. This drill is not meant to frighten you. It's not a dark meditation or a morbid exercise. It's the opposite. It's a gentle loosening of the mind's grip on certainty. A quiet reminder that everything is temporary: your joys, your challenges, your possessions, your roles, your fears, your frustrations, your current chapter. And when you understand this deeply, a strange, liberating calm begins to rise in you. The practice begins by bringing yourself into a state of quiet awareness. You don't need candles or rituals or spiritual theatrics. You simply settle into the moment. Then you think about one part of your life you treated as permanent today, something you assumed would always be there. It might be a person, a routine, a comfort, a physical ability, an opportunity, even something small, like the simple act of waking in your own bed. You choose one. Then you gently remind yourself, this too is temporary. Not to create fear, but to create presence. Impermanence is not a threat. It's the truth that gives meaning to everything you love. If today were guaranteed forever, you would not cherish it. If people were guaranteed forever, you would not appreciate them. If your comforts were guaranteed forever, you would not grow. The nighttime impermanence. Drill teaches you to stop treating your life as something you can pause, rewind, or repeat. It invites you into a deeper form of gratitude, one rooted in awareness rather than routine. You take the thing you selected and zoom out. You see it for what it is, a moment in your timeline, not the timeline itself. You might say to yourself, one day this will end, not today, perhaps not soon, but one day. And because it will end, I choose to value it now. The purpose is not to grieve what you haven't lost. It's to appreciate what you still have. This drill is powerful because it breaks the illusion that causes most emotional pain, the belief that life owes you permanence. When you expect things to stay the same, you resist the natural flow of life. You cling to the familiar. You panic when things change. You try to control outcomes. Impermanence softens this grip. It reminds you that change is not the enemy. It is the nature of existence. Another profound effect of this exercise is how it reduces fear. People fear loss because they deny impermanence. But when you acknowledge impermanence consciously, fear dissolves. You begin to see that you've survived countless endings already. Jobs, friendships, seasons, versions of yourself. You realize that endings do not destroy you, they transform you. Every new chapter required the closing of another. Impermanence becomes less of a threat and more of a teacher. This practice also deepens your gratitude. When you realize that nothing is guaranteed, even the smallest parts of your day become meaningful. The warmth of a cup in your hands, a conversation that seemed ordinary, the fragrance of your room, the way sunlight hit your window, the sound of someone's voice. Impermanence makes these moments shine brighter. It reminds you that you are living something you will one day miss. It also softens resentment. Many frustrations lose their weight when you remember that the moment itself is fleeting. The argument that upset you, the delay that frustrated you, the inconvenience that derailed your plans, these things dissolve when viewed through the lens of impermanence. You see that these troubles aren't worth gripping because they won't last. And once you stop gripping, peace enters. The nighttime impermanence drill also helps you release the need to control tomorrow. Control is often a response to fear. Fear that something precious will be taken or something unwanted will arrive. But when you accept impermanence, you stop expecting tomorrow to mirror today. You begin meeting uncertainty with openness. You trust your ability to adapt, not your ability to prevent change. Over time, this practice changes how you wake up. You stop moving through your day as if your time is infinite. You begin living with more meaning. You speak more honestly. You appreciate people more openly. You forgive faster. You savor moments. You let go of petty things. You show up fully because you understand that nothing is guaranteed. Not in a scary way, but in a beautifully grounding way. The essence of this drill is simple. You remind yourself that everything you held today, your joys, your struggles, your routines, was temporary. And because it was temporary, it was precious. Impermanence doesn't diminish life. It enriches it. When you perform this practice at night, you release another layer of attachment. You stop demanding permanence from a world built on change. You stop resisting the truth that tomorrow may bring something new. And as you let go, peace grows, not from controlling reality, but from accepting it. This is what the Stoics understood deeply. Anything that can change will change, and the more gently you embrace that truth, the freer your mind becomes. Through this drill, you step closer to that freedom, softly, honestly, and without fear. As you end your day with the truth of impermanence, something inside you loosens. Your grip on expectations, on routines, on the illusion that today's version of life is fixed. And with that loosening comes space. Space to see things more clearly. Space to recognize what actually mattered and what only felt urgent in the moment. Space to understand yourself without the emotional fog that forms when you move through the day too closely, too personally, too tightly attached to every interaction. This is where the next practice becomes invaluable. Visualizing yourself floating above your day. This is not escapism. It's not detachment in the cold sense. It's perspective. When you're too close to your own experiences, everything feels bigger than it is. Tension feels heavier. Mistakes feel defining. Interactions feel personal. And emotions feel permanent. But when you rise above your day, not physically, but mentally, you see your life with a clarity that dissolves unnecessary suffering. You see patterns instead of problems. You see tendencies instead of failures. You see growth instead of chaos. The practice begins by settling into a quiet state, then gently picturing yourself rising above the day you just lived, as if you're watching it from a higher vantage point. Not with judgment, not with shame. With the same gentle curiosity you'd offer a child learning something new. From this perspective, your day becomes a landscape rather than a storm. You see the whole arc, the morning mood, the midday tension, the evening relief, the emotional shifts in between. The moments that felt overwhelming while you were inside them become smaller, more comprehensible, more human. As you visualize yourself floating above your day, you begin seeing your actions with more compassion. When you view your challenges from this distance, you see the reasons behind your reactions, the fatigue, the pressure, the worries you were carrying, the expectations you were trying to meet. You understand why you felt what you felt. You see your emotions as responses, not flaws. You realize that you weren't failing, you were navigating. You were doing the best you could with the state you were in. This alone dissolves layers of self-criticism. You also begin noticing the things that didn't deserve as much energy as they received. The comment that bothered you, the task you rushed, the moment you felt misunderstood, the little fear that followed you for hours. From above, these things appear smaller, softer, more manageable. Not because they were insignificant, but because you finally see them without the magnification of stress. This perspective also helps you recognize where your day went well, something you often overlook when you're caught in the details. You notice the patience you offered, the kindness you expressed, the restraint you practiced, the progress you made, the ways you held yourself together when things were difficult. Growth becomes visible when you view your day as a whole, rather than as isolated emotional spikes. Another powerful effect of this practice is how it reveals your patterns. When you float above the day, you can see the emotional threads that ran through it. You might notice where stress tends to rise, where your energy dips, where insecurities whisper, where impatience surfaces. You see the places where you acted out of habit rather than intention, and with that clarity, change becomes possible. You cannot shift what you cannot see, and perspective is the first step toward mastery. This visualization also helps you release the emotional residue that builds up throughout the day. When you're stuck inside your experiences, emotions feel fused to your identity. But when you rise above the day, those emotions become separate from you. You see them as passing weather, clouds, not definitions, temporary states, not permanent truths. This softens the grip of fear, regret, frustration, and worry. When you can see your day from above, you stop carrying its weight into your sleep. Floating above your day also reduces the need for control. When you're inside each moment, it feels like everything depends on your responses. But when you see your entire day from a distance, you realize that life moved on with or without your perfect management. Conversations ended, problems shifted, mood changed, time passed. You see how many things resolved on their own. You realize you didn't need to control as much as you thought. This brings enormous relief. This practice also builds emotional maturity. By viewing yourself from a compassionate distance, you begin understanding your life the way a wise mentor might, seeing your effort, your struggle, your intention, your humanity. You begin offering yourself the empathy you often reserve for others. This strengthens your relationship with yourself, making inner peace more accessible. Another surprising benefit is how this perspective helps you see the people in your day differently. When you float above your day, you observe others not as adversaries or obstacles, but as human beings navigating their own challenges, their own stresses, their own emotional storms. You may realize someone wasn't rude, they were tired. Someone wasn't cold, they were overwhelmed. Someone wasn't dismissive, they were distracted. This shift softens resentment and deepens understanding. Over time, this practice teaches you a profound truth. Your day is not something happening to you. It's something you are moving through. And movement means fluidity, change, and freedom. From above, you see that life is not as rigid as it feels. You are not trapped inside your reactions. You are not defined by one moment. You are not limited by one mistake. You are larger than your day. You are the one witnessing it, not the one trapped within it. Visualizing yourself floating above your day is a way of reclaiming your power. Not the power of control, but the power of perspective. The wisdom to see clearly, the ability to understand deeply, the freedom to release gently. Through this nightly practice, you train your mind to rise above noise, tension, and emotional entanglement. And in that rise, you discover the calm that was always available, once you stopped standing so close to the things that unsettled you. This is the peace the Stoics sought, a mind steady enough to observe life without being consumed by it. And each time you float above your day, you step closer to that steady, spacious inner freedom. As you practice rising above your day and viewing it from a gentle distance, something important becomes clear. Your day wasn't defined by the events themselves. It was shaped by the emotional state that accompanied you through those events. Most people think their day was bad or good because of what happened, but the truth is simpler and far more revealing. One emotion, just one, often colors everything you touch. It shapes your tone, your decisions, your reactions, your posture, your energy, your perception. And most of the time, you don't even realize which emotion took the wheel. This leads us to the next practice, tracking one emotion that dominated you. This practice is not about suppressing feelings or judging them. It's about understanding how deeply one emotion can influence your entire experience. When you become aware of the emotional theme of your day, you transform the way you relate to your inner world. You stop feeling controlled by your emotions and start understanding them as signals. The practice begins by revisiting your day and noticing which emotion showed up the most. Not the one that flared for a moment, but the one that lingered, the one that echoed beneath your actions. It may have been frustration, worry, sadness, irritation, insecurity, impatience, pressure, or even something lighter: contentment, curiosity, determination. The key is honesty, not performance. Once the dominant emotion becomes clear, you do something most people never do. You follow it backward. You ask yourself, where did this emotion begin? Emotions don't come out of nowhere. They have entry points. Maybe irritation started when you woke up tired. Maybe worry began with a message you didn't want to respond to. Maybe insecurity started when someone ignored you. Maybe pressure began with a deadline you kept thinking about. Tracking the emotion reveals the moment it first appeared, a moment you probably overlooked in real time. When you identify the origin, you understand something vital. The emotion that shaped your whole day was triggered by a small moment. Not the entire day, not every interaction, a single moment. And yet, because it went unnoticed, it grew. It traveled with you. It attached itself to situations that had nothing to do with its origin. This is how emotional momentum works. It spreads quietly when unobserved. Tracking this emotion also shows you how it affected your choices. Did it make your patience thinner? Did it change the way you interpreted someone's tone? Did it make you rush through tasks? Did it make you avoid something important? Did it make you overreact to something small? Did it make you close up when you wanted to stay open? Emotions shape behavior far more than logic does, and seeing this clearly gives you power, not to force feelings away, but to navigate them with awareness. This practice also uncovers what the emotion was trying to communicate. Every emotion carries information. Fear wants to protect you. Anger wants to defend your boundaries. Sadness wants you to acknowledge something. Worry wants you to prepare. Insecurity wants reassurance. Even positive emotions carry messages. Gratitude wants you to savor. Curiosity wants you to explore. Determination wants you to push forward. When you track the dominant emotion, you decode the message it brought with it. Another transformative part of this practice is how it helps you separate yourself from your emotional state. When you track an emotion, you stop saying, "I am anxious," and you begin saying, "Anxiety visited me today." This small linguistic shift creates emotional distance. It reminds you that emotions pass through you, they do not define you. You become the observer rather than the captive. The more distance you create, the more control you gain. Tracking one emotion also reveals patterns across days. Maybe you'll start noticing that insecurity dominates you on days when you feel rushed, or irritation dominates you when you don't sleep well, or sadness dominates you on days you don't give yourself space, or pressure dominates you on days when your expectations are too high. These patterns are guides. They show you exactly where your emotional work lies, not in vague ideas of self-improvement, but in specific emotional tendencies you can now see clearly. This practice also reduces shame. When you understand why an emotion stayed with you, you stop judging yourself for being too emotional, too sensitive, or too reactive. You realize you're not broken, you're responding to something meaningful. And once you understand the emotional landscape, you gain the ability to navigate it more skillfully. Another benefit of tracking your dominant emotion is how it reduces the need for control. When you feel dominated by an emotion without understanding it, you tighten your grip on everything around you. You try to control people, situations, timing, outcomes, all in an attempt to soothe something internally. But when you track the emotion, understand it, and see its origin, the panic softens. You realize that your suffering wasn't caused by the world. It was caused by an emotion that needed attention, not control. Over time, this nightly practice becomes a mirror. It shows you what truly influences your days. Not luck, not circumstances, not other people's behavior, but your own emotional lens. You begin waking up with more awareness. You notice emotions sooner. You intervene earlier. You pause instead of reacting. You speak more thoughtfully. You set boundaries with more confidence. You shape your day instead of being shaped by your mood. And perhaps the most liberating truth you learn is this: you can feel an emotion without becoming it. You can carry irritation without letting it define your tone. You can feel worry without letting it choose your actions. You can experience sadness without letting it color your entire day. Awareness gives you freedom, not from emotion, but within emotion. By tracking one emotion that dominated you today, you reconnect with the part of you that observes rather than obeys. And in that reconnection, you step into a deeper peace, the peace that comes from knowing yourself well enough to navigate your inner world with clarity instead of force. As you begin recognizing the one emotion that shaped your day, you become more aware of how your inner world moves, how it rises, falls, tenses, softens, reacts, and recovers. And once you develop this awareness, you no longer end your day feeling confused by your own experience. But awareness alone isn't the final step. There is something deeper that the Stoics understood, something most people overlook. You don't need to solve everything before you sleep. In fact, you shouldn't. Some of the greatest clarity in life arrives not from forcing answers, but from allowing space for them to emerge. This leads into the next practice, ending the day with one unanswered question. This practice is not about creating anxiety or dwelling on uncertainty. It's the opposite. It's about humbling the mind enough to admit that you don't need to resolve every issue by midnight. It's about learning to sit with curiosity instead of pressure. It's about trusting that your mind continues working even when you are resting. That clarity often comes when you stop trying to force it. The practice begins by looking back at your day and noticing one question that naturally arises from your experiences. It could be something internal, something relational, something practical, or something philosophical. It might be, what part of me reacted so strongly today? What do I truly want in this situation? What truth am I avoiding? What would calm look like in this area of my life? What boundary do I need? What fear is guiding this behavior? What am I not seeing clearly yet? What direction feels most aligned with who I'm becoming? The question doesn't need to be dramatic. It simply needs to be honest. Once the question reveals itself, you resist the urge to answer it. This is the part that feels unfamiliar. We are trained to chase closure, grasp for clarity, resolve everything now. But the mind becomes more rigid the more you force it. When you sit with an unanswered question, you invite the mind to soften. You open space for reflection, for intuition, for deeper insight. This practice works because the mind is often too clogged, too tired, or too emotionally charged at the end of the day to see clearly. Asking a question and letting it simmer overnight allows your subconscious to explore it without the noise of daytime thought. You stop wrestling with the question and instead Allow wisdom to rise naturally. Many of the answers that feel sudden in the morning were built quietly during the night. Another powerful effect of this practice is how it calms the nervous system. When you believe you must solve everything immediately, tension grows in your body. Your shoulders tighten, your mind spirals, your emotions intensify. But ending the day with a question communicates something gentle to yourself. It's okay to not know right now. That permission alone dissolves layers of pressure. This practice also builds humility, a trait the Stoics valued deeply. When you end the day with an unanswered question, you acknowledge that you are still learning, still evolving, still uncovering truth. You stop pretending you have it all figured out. You stop demanding certainty from yourself. You let yourself be a work in progress. This humility becomes a source of strength, not weakness. Another benefit is how it heightens your awareness the next day. When you sleep with a question in mind, your attention becomes sharper when you wake. You notice things differently. You listen more carefully. You interpret situations with more nuance. You become more receptive to insight, to intuition, to new perspectives. Instead of moving through your day on autopilot, you move with curiosity. Ending the day with an unanswered question also strengthens emotional resilience. Uncertainty is one of the hardest states for the human mind to accept. We crave answers, closure, resolution. But life rarely hands us certainty on demand. When you practice sitting with a question, you train your mind to tolerate uncertainty. You learn to relax inside the unknown. You learn that not knowing is not a threat. It's a space for growth. This reduces anxiety in profound ways. Another transformative element of this practice is how it deepens your relationship with your inner wisdom. Answers that arise from forced thinking are often superficial. Solutions made to relieve pressure, not to reveal truth. Answers that emerge organically from patience and openness come from a deeper place inside you. They are more aligned, more intuitive, more honest. Sitting with a question invites these deeper answers to surface. This practice also reduces the need for control. When you demand immediate answers, what you're really trying to control is uncertainty, something no one can ever fully escape. But when you end the day with a question, you let go of that demand. You accept that clarity unfolds in its own time. You stop forcing life to reveal itself on your schedule. You develop trust in yourself, in your process, in the timing of insight. Over time, ending your day with an unanswered question becomes one of the most grounding habits you carry. It teaches you patience with your inner world. It teaches you openness. It teaches you that understanding is a journey, not a race. You begin going to sleep not with anxiety, but with curiosity. Not with tension, but with acceptance. Not with the weight of unfinished thoughts, but with the peace of knowing they will unfold naturally when you're ready. And perhaps the most beautiful part of this practice is this. You begin to realize that life doesn't require you to know everything today. You can grow into your answers. You can evolve into clarity. You can allow wisdom to come gently in its own time. Ending the day with one unanswered question is not a sign of confusion. It's a sign of maturity. It's the mind admitting, I'm open, I'm listening, I'm willing to learn. This openness is where peace begins, because peace isn't found in having every answer, but in trusting yourself enough to sit inside the questions. As you learn to end your day with a question rather than a conclusion, you begin building a softer, more flexible relationship with your own growth. You stop forcing answers out of yourself. You stop demanding instant certainty. You give your mind space to breathe. And when you soften in this way, something unexpected becomes possible. The ability to acknowledge your own goodness without turning it into ego or performance. The Stoics rarely spoke of pride in the modern sense, but they understood the importance of recognizing one's own virtue. Not to boast, not to inflate the self, but to reinforce character. This is where the next practice enters gently. Quiet pride. Quiet pride is not loud. It is not showy. It does not seek validation. It does not announce itself to the world. It is a private acknowledgement that today, in some small but meaningful way, you lived in alignment with the values you're trying to build. It is pride without arrogance, confidence without boasting, self-worth without noise. Most people never practice this. They spend their days criticizing themselves for every misstep, while overlooking the moments where they acted with integrity, patience, restraint, honesty, or courage. Quiet pride brings balance back to the inner world. The practice begins by reflecting on the day and finding a moment, not a grand one, not a dramatic one, but a sincere one, where you lived according to your highest values. It might have been a moment where you told the truth, even though it was uncomfortable, or a moment where you stayed calm instead of reacting impulsively, or a moment where you showed kindness when it wasn't convenient, or a moment where you carried yourself with dignity even when no one was watching, or a moment where you upheld a boundary, kept a promise, or resisted a temptation that used to pull you easily. Quiet pride invites you to acknowledge that moment, not with ego, but with gratitude toward yourself. You say silently, "I'm proud I chose that path today. I'm proud of the way I handled that situation. I'm proud of the person I was in that moment." This kind of self-recognition does not inflate you. It grounds you. It reminds you that growth is happening quietly beneath the surface, even on days that felt chaotic or ordinary. When you allow yourself to feel quiet pride, you strengthen the part of you that strives for virtue, not because someone is watching, not because you want applause, but because these moments matter to you. One of the most powerful effects of this practice is how it strengthens self-respect. Without self-respect, you feel disconnected from your own actions. You start believing that your efforts don't matter. You begin shrinking in your own eyes. Quiet pride restores that sense of inner dignity. It tells your mind, "I am someone who tries. I am someone who grows. I am someone who acts with intention." This subtle affirmation becomes the foundation of confidence, not the loud kind that wavers in front of criticism, but the steady kind that comes from knowing who you are. Quiet pride also reduces the need for external validation. When you acknowledge your own virtue, you stop craving applause from others. You stop measuring your worth through other people's reactions. You stop bending yourself to please or impress. Instead, you become guided by an inner compass rather than outer approval. This makes you emotionally stronger because your sense of self no longer depends on circumstances outside your control. Another benefit of this practice is how it reinforces your commitment to growth. When you honor the moments where you lived well, your mind begins to seek those moments more consciously. You naturally repeat the behaviors that you recognize and appreciate. Quiet pride becomes a way of training your character through positive reinforcement. Instead of pushing yourself through criticism, you guide yourself through acknowledgement. Quiet pride also softens your relationship with your past. When you appreciate the person you were today, you stop dragging yesterday's failures into your identity. You begin seeing yourself as evolving rather than flawed. You start recognizing that you're not the same person you used to be, and that is worth honoring. This sense of internal evolution creates hope, which is essential for lasting change. Another profound effect of this practice is how it supports resilience. When life becomes difficult, the mind often turns inward with blame. But quiet pride builds a record of your strength, small, often invisible, but real. You begin remembering your wins when things go wrong. You recall your patience, your courage, your restraint. You remember that you've handled challenges before. This memory of past integrity becomes a shield during future hardship. Quiet pride also reduces the need for control. When you appreciate the parts of your day that reflect your values, you stop obsessing over the parts that didn't go perfectly. You stop trying to force everything into the shape you imagined. You begin trusting that if you can hold your character steady, life will unfold in a more peaceful way, even when it doesn't go your way. You don't need to control everything when you trust in who you are becoming. This practice also teaches you humility, not the kind that makes you small, but the kind that makes you sincere. Quiet pride is humble because it acknowledges growth without claiming superiority. It recognizes goodness without turning it into comparison. It celebrates virtue without needing an audience. It is the kind of pride that deepens character rather than inflating ego. Over time, this nightly practice becomes a form of inner nourishment. You start ending your days not with self-criticism, not with disappointment, not with a list of failures, but with a small flame of warmth. A simple acknowledgement that you lived today with intention in at least one moment, that you chose growth somewhere, that you did something aligned with the person you want to become. And in that acknowledgement, you build a quiet, steady peace, one rooted not in control over life, but in respect for yourself. This is what the Stoics valued: character over chaos, intention over impulse, virtue over validation. Quiet pride honors your character while keeping your ego soft. It reminds you that you are growing, even in the smallest ways. And when you learn to see your own goodness without needing to announce it, you build a peace that no circumstance can take from you. As you learn to recognize your quiet strengths, the subtle victories that shape your character from within, something important awakens inside you. The ability to see yourself honestly without collapsing into shame or inflating into ego. But true growth requires more than acknowledging where you rose. It also requires acknowledging where you stepped away from your values, even slightly. Not with harshness, not with punishment, but with clarity. The Stoics believed this honesty was essential because integrity isn't just something you display when life is easy. It's something you measure by the tiny choices you make when no one is watching. And this leads to the next practice, admitting one compromise of integrity. This is not about self-attack. It is not a moral beating or a way to replay your mistakes with fresh guilt. On the contrary, it is one of the most mature, peaceful acts you can practice. It's a moment each night where you say to yourself, "Here is where I drifted today, and here is how I return." The goal isn't perfection. The goal is alignment. The practice begins by gently reviewing your day and noticing one moment, just one, where you acted in a way that didn't fully match who you want to be. It doesn't have to be dramatic. In fact, it's usually small. Maybe you told a white lie to avoid discomfort. Maybe you acted kinder than you felt just to win approval. Maybe you stayed silent instead of expressing the truth. Maybe you exaggerated a detail. Maybe you promised something you didn't follow through on. Maybe you judged someone harshly. Maybe you spoke with a tone beneath your intention. Maybe you chose convenience over honesty. These small compromises often slip through unnoticed, yet they leave a quiet knot inside you. Once you identify the moment, you don't phrase it as a condemnation. You phrase it as, recognition. You say, I stepped away from my values here. You see it clearly, without excuses and without harshness. This clarity is the beginning of integrity. One of the most powerful parts of this practice is realizing that compromise doesn't make you bad. It makes you human. Every person slips. Every person bends their values under pressure. Every person has moments where fear, comfort, or ego overrides wisdom. The point of this practice is not to eliminate these moments, but to illuminate them. Because what you illuminate, you can correct. What you hide, you repeat. This practice teaches you something many people avoid: the difference between guilt and responsibility. Guilt punishes you for the past. Responsibility prepares you for the future. When you admit a compromise of integrity, you are not punishing yourself for the moment. You are strengthening your future choices. You are saying, I see this clearly now, and I will meet this situation differently next time. Another benefit is how this practice softens your relationship with honesty. Most people think honesty is about telling the truth to others, but honesty begins internally. When you can admit where you drifted, you build trust with yourself. You prove that you don't hide your own weaknesses from your own eyes. This inner honesty creates inner steadiness. You stop fearing your flaws because you've learned to face them. Acknowledging a compromise of integrity also reveals your patterns. Maybe you bend your truth when you feel pressured. Maybe you exaggerate when you feel insecure. Maybe you stay silent when you fear conflict. Maybe you people-please when you feel unworthy. Maybe you become aggressive when you feel threatened. These patterns are not failures. They are invitations. They show you exactly where your emotional work lies. This practice also reduces shame. When you face your missteps with maturity rather than denial, shame loses its power. Shame thrives on avoidance and secrecy. But when you bring the moment into the light with calm awareness, shame dissolves. The moment becomes something you understand, not something that defines you. Another profound effect is how this practice strengthens your integrity for tomorrow. When you identify one small moment of compromise, your mind automatically becomes more aware when a similar situation arises. Awareness interrupts habit. You might find yourself catching the impulse earlier. You pause, you adjust, you choose differently. This is how character evolves, not through perfection, but through consistent correction. This practice also reduces your need for control. Why? Because some of your attempts to control situations arise from trying to avoid uncomfortable truths, trying to manage impressions, prevent judgment, or hide vulnerability. But when you admit your compromises honestly, you stop needing to manipulate your environment to protect your self-image. You become more transparent, more grounded, more at ease. Control loses its appeal because peace takes its place. Another subtle yet powerful gift of this practice is humility. Not the kind that weakens you, but the kind that roots you. When you recognize your imperfection without crumbling, you become more compassionate toward others. You judge less. You understand more. You see that everyone is navigating their own quiet battles with integrity, just like you. This deepens your humanity. Perhaps the most important part of this practice is this: admitting a compromise of integrity allows you to close the emotional loop of the day. Instead of carrying hidden guilt or inner tension into your sleep, you acknowledge what happened, understand it, and choose again. There is no residue, no hidden knots, no unfinished inner business. You go to bed cleaner inside, lighter, clearer, more aligned. By admitting one compromise of integrity each night, you build a steady agreement with yourself. I will be honest with myself. even in the small things. I will learn from my missteps. I will grow without punishing myself. I will realign gently. This is how the Stoics defined virtue, not through flawless living, but through consistent awareness. Integrity is not about never bending. It's about noticing when you did and realigning without shame. And each time you do, peace grows, not because life becomes easier, but because you become clearer. As you learn to admit the small moments where you drifted from your integrity, something meaningful begins to settle inside you. The understanding that most of your suffering never came from life itself. It came from the expectations you carried into it. Expectations are invisible scripts your mind writes without your consent. Scripts about how people should behave, how conversations should go, how your day should unfold, how your emotions should feel, how your plans should succeed. And every time reality refuses to follow that script, you feel friction, disappointment, frustration, sadness, pressure, a sense that something went wrong, even when nothing is actually wrong. This is why the next practice is so important. Identifying one expectation that failed you. This practice isn't about eliminating all expectations. You're human. You will always have hopes, preferences, and desires about how your day should go. Instead, it's about recognizing which expectation quietly steered your emotions today without you noticing. An expectation you assumed was reasonable, but that actually set you up for unnecessary suffering. You begin by revisiting your day and noticing where you felt a shift, a moment where your mood dipped, your patience thinned, or your thoughts tightened. Ask yourself, what did I expect this moment to be? Usually, the expectation is simple and subtle, expecting someone to understand your intention without explanation, expecting a task to go smoothly, expecting your energy to stay high, expecting someone to respect your boundaries, expecting kindness, expecting progress, expecting relief, expecting clarity, expecting life to match your plan. Once you identify the moment, you look at the expectation behind it. Perhaps you expected someone to reply quickly, and when they didn't, your mind filled the silence with stories. Perhaps you expected a conversation to go well, and felt stung when it didn't. Perhaps you expected more productivity from yourself than your energy allowed. Perhaps you expected people to behave with the same sensitivity you carry. Perhaps you expected your day to unfold without interruption. Perhaps you expected something to finally feel easy. You don't blame yourself for these expectations. You simply see them. And in seeing them, you uncover a truth the Stoics lived by. Suffering intensifies when you demand that life obey your preferences. Peace grows when you accept what life actually is. Identifying one expectation that failed you helps you understand the emotional gap between what you hoped for and what really happened. That gap, small as it may be, is where disappointment grows. When you name the expectation, the disappointment softens. You begin to see that it wasn't the moment that hurt you. It was the belief that the moment should have been different. This practice also helps you understand your emotional triggers. Behind every expectation is a deeper need. If you expected someone to be warm, maybe you needed reassurance. If you expected something to be easy, maybe you were tired. If you expected yourself to perform perfectly, maybe you feared falling behind. Expectations reveal your vulnerabilities, not your failures. And when you understand what you needed beneath the expectation, compassion replaces judgment. Another powerful effect is how this practice reduces frustration. Many of the irritations you carried today came from expecting people or situations to act according to your internal script, a script no one else was aware of. When you identify the expectation, you release the illusion that others should move to your rhythm. You begin meeting life as it is, not as you mentally arranged it. This softens your interactions and lightens your reactions. This practice also helps dissolve the need for control. Expectations are little anchors of control disguised as normal hopes. When you expect something to unfold a certain way, you're subtly trying to control the outcome. But when the expectation breaks, your grip tightens. By identifying just one failed expectation, you loosen that grip. You recognize that your peace cannot depend on circumstances cooperating. Peace grows when your expectations become flexible. Another benefit is emotional balance. When you see how expectations shape your feelings, you stop taking disappointments personally. You stop blaming others. You stop blaming yourself. You begin to see the truth. The world behaved according to its nature, and you reacted according to the expectation you held. When you release the expectation, you reclaim your equilibrium. This practice also strengthens acceptance. Acceptance is not resignation, it's clarity. It's the understanding that reality is not obligated to follow your script. When you identify a failed expectation and let it go, you train your mind to adjust gracefully rather than resist stubbornly. This flexibility becomes one of your greatest sources of peace. Over time, identifying one failed expectation each night sharpens your awareness during the day. You start catching expectations earlier, before they have a chance to turn into disappointment. You notice yourself thinking, "I hope this person reacts kindly," and you gently release the attachment. You notice yourself thinking, "This should go smoothly," and you soften the assumption. This doesn't make you pessimistic. It makes you open. It makes you resilient. Eventually, you realize something profound. The fewer rigid expectations you carry into the world, the fewer disappointments you experience. Not because life becomes easier, but because you stop interpreting neutral events as personal failures or emotional threats. You free yourself from the invisible scripts that used to weigh on your mind. By identifying one expectation that failed you today, you practice the art of letting go in its simplest form. You loosen your grip on how life should be, and you reconnect with how life simply is. And from that place of clarity, peace grows, not from control, but from acceptance. As you begin recognizing how quietly your expectations shaped your emotional landscape today, something inside you becomes steadier. You stop assuming life owes you smoothness. You stop demanding perfection from others or yourself. You start seeing the world with clearer eyes. But there is another subtle force, just as powerful as expectation, that shapes your mind without your awareness. Praise, even small praises, even accidental ones. The compliments you received today, the approval someone offered, the nod of validation, the smile of acknowledgement, the subtle signs that someone thought well of you. Praise feels good, of course, but it also becomes dangerous if you cling to it, because praise, when absorbed unexamined, can quietly control you just as much as criticism can. And this leads us into the next practice. Imagine that all praise you received today was mistaken. This is not about rejecting kindness. It's not about belittling yourself or disregarding genuine appreciation. It is a stoic exercise meant to free you from emotional dependence, because praise, when internalized too deeply, can shape your identity in ways that make you fragile. If someone praises your intelligence, you may feel pressure to always appear smart. If someone praises your kindness, you may feel obligated to never show frustration. If someone praises your strength, You may feel ashamed to appear vulnerable. Praise creates expectations, external ones that quietly dictate your behavior. And even a small emotional attachment to praise can make you fear losing it. This exercise begins by recalling a compliment, an acknowledgement, or a positive reaction someone gave you today. It might have been something small. Someone thanked you, admired your work, noticed your effort, or appreciated your presence. Maybe you received praise for your patience, your skill, your appearance, your decision-making, your humor, your discipline, your compassion, or even your resilience. Whatever the praise was, bring it to mind gently. Then you perform the exercise. You tell yourself, what if they were mistaken? Not because you want to dismiss your worth, but because you want to release the attachment. You imagine that their praise was based on incomplete information, or a moment they misinterpreted, or something they assumed. You imagine that the praise wasn't an accurate assessment of your entire character. It was simply a reflection of one moment, one impression. This shift creates something powerful: freedom. Praise stops being something you must earn. It stops being something you must protect. It stops being something that controls your self-worth. When you imagine the praise was mistaken, you detach your identity from other people's perceptions. You see that your value does not rise with compliments or fall without them. You reclaim your sense of self from the hands of others. This practice also helps you understand the nature of praise itself. Praise is not truth, it's perspective. Two people can see the same action and interpret it differently. Praise is often shaped by someone else's emotions, expectations, and assumptions, not by your inherent value. When you imagine the praise was mistaken, you remember that external validation is not a stable foundation for inner peace. You stop relying on it the way a thirsty person relies on drops of water. You begin to build your confidence from within. Another benefit of this practice is how it stabilizes your humility, not the kind that shrinks you, but the kind that keeps you grounded. When you become attached to praise, your ego grows subtly. You find yourself acting in ways that maintain the praise. You polish your image. You perform for approval. You lose authenticity. But when you imagine the praise was mistaken, the ego softens. You no longer need to prove anything. You no longer fear being unimpressive. You no longer feel the pressure to maintain a perfect image. You settle back into being human, flawed, growing, evolving. This exercise also reveals how much emotional weight you may have quietly given to praise. If imagining the praise as mistaken makes you uncomfortable, that discomfort is information. It means the compliment had power over you. It means you tied your self-worth to it. It means you feared losing it. That awareness alone is liberating, because it shows you where you unconsciously handed over your power. Another profound aspect of this exercise is how it strengthens authenticity. When you detach from praise, you stop shaping your behavior around what others think of you. You become more honest. You express your truth more freely. You set boundaries without fear of disappointing people. You stop chasing approval. You start acting from your values rather than from your desire to be perceived positively. This makes your character stronger, not louder, but deeper. Imagine all praise was mistaken, and you will see something unexpected. You are still whole. You are still valuable. Your sense of self doesn't crumble. And if it does feel like it's crumbling, that only shows how much validation you were relying on unknowingly. And now you have the chance to rebuild your identity from the inside rather than depending on external reinforcement. This practice also reduces anxiety about performance. Praise often comes with the shadow of expectation. Someone praises your consistency. You suddenly fear inconsistency. Someone praises your kindness. You suddenly fear being impatient. Someone praises your achievements. You suddenly fear falling behind. Praise becomes a quiet cage. When you imagine the praise was mistaken, the cage unlocks. You free yourself from the pressure to perform for others. You reclaim your right to be imperfect without feeling like you're losing your worth. Over time, this practice reshapes your relationship with praise itself. You begin receiving compliments with warmth, but not attachment. You appreciate them, but you don't depend on them. You see them as reflections, not definitions. And this changes everything. You stop craving praise because you no longer need it to feel like you matter. You stop fearing disapproval because your identity no longer hangs in the balance. You stop chasing validation because your value is something you feel, not something you wait to be told. The Stoics didn't reject praise. They simply refused to be ruled by it. And through this practice, you learn to do the same. By imagining that all praise you received today was mistaken, you strengthen the part of you that stands firm without applause. You build a self-worth that is steady, quiet, and unshakable. And in that steadiness, peace grows, not from controlling how others see you, but from knowing you don't need their approval to be whole. As you loosen your attachment to praise, you begin discovering a quieter, deeper strength inside yourself, the kind that doesn't rise or fall based on someone's approval. But there is another form of external influence that shapes your emotional world just as powerfully, often even more so. Criticism. A single criticism, spoken, implied, or imagined, can sit in your mind for hours. It can alter your mood, tighten your body, weaken your confidence, and make you replay conversations long after they've ended. Even when the criticism is small, even when it comes from someone who barely knows you, even when it's delivered casually, it can echo louder than praise ever did. And this leads us to the next practice. Imagining that all criticism you received today was mistaken. This practice isn't about denying reality or rejecting feedback. It's not about pretending you're flawless or refusing to grow. It's a temporary reframing, a psychological reset that frees you from the emotional grip criticism can have on your peace. It allows you to reclaim your center before you examine anything deeper. Because when criticism hits an unsteady mind, it creates wounds. But when criticism hits a steady mind, it becomes information. To reach that steadiness, you must first soften the emotional sting. The practice begins by recalling any moment today when you felt criticized. It might have been direct. Someone questioned your choices, commented on your tone, corrected your work, dismissed your idea, or pointed out something you overlooked. Or it might have been indirect. A look, a sigh, a silence, a comparison, or a subtle change in someone's energy. Sometimes criticism wasn't even spoken. You simply felt judged. Once the moment comes to mind, you apply the exercise. What if the criticism was mistaken? Not because you believe you're perfect, but because criticism is shaped far more by the critic's state, mood, biases, insecurities, projections, and misunderstandings than by your actual worth or character. People rarely judge with clarity. They judge with emotion. They judge through filters you cannot see. They judge you based on stories you're not part of. They judge you based on expectations you never agreed to meet. When you imagine the criticism was mistaken, something shifts inside you. A tight knot in your chest loosens. The inner replay slows. The sting dissolves. Your mind stops interpreting the criticism as truth and starts seeing it as perspective. And perspective is just that, one angle, not the whole picture. This exercise gives you back your emotional freedom. It protects you from internalizing criticism that never belonged to you. Because the real danger of criticism isn't the words themselves, it's the meaning you attach to them. When you imagine the criticism was mistaken, you temporarily remove the meaning. You create space. And space is what allows you to reflect without collapsing. This practice teaches you something crucial. Most criticism says more about the critic than it does about you. Someone's impatience may have created the sharp tone. Someone's insecurity may have created the harsh judgment. Someone's exhaustion may have created the lack of kindness. Someone's internal story may have turned your simple action into something personal for them. You were the target of the criticism, not the cause of it. Imagining the criticism was mistaken also softens your ego, but in a way that strengthens rather than weakens you. Instead of defending yourself, reacting impulsively, or absorbing the criticism as self-truth, you pause. You breathe. You see the moment through a wider lens. You begin to understand that not every comment deserves a place inside you. Not every opinion is worth your peace. Another deep benefit is how this practice protects your identity. When criticism hits a vulnerable place, it can distort your view of yourself. You start questioning your worth, your intelligence, your goodness, your competence. But when you imagine the criticism was mistaken, you stop letting one moment rewrite the entire story of who you are. You remember that your character is shaped by your choices, not someone's interpretation of your choices. This practice also reduces neediness, specifically the need to be understood. Much suffering comes from wanting others to see our intentions clearly. But not everyone will understand you. Not everyone will interpret your actions accurately. Not everyone will give you the benefit of the doubt. By imagining the criticism was mistaken, you stop chasing understanding. You reclaim your power from the world's misinterpretations. Another effect is emotional balance. Criticism often triggers defensiveness, shame, or self-doubt. But when you step back and consider that the criticism might not be accurate at all, your emotions soften. You become calmer, more grounded, more objective. Only then can you evaluate whether the criticism contains useful feedback. This is the paradox. You can only learn from criticism once it no longer threatens you. And perhaps the most profound gift of this practice is freedom. When you're no longer ruled by praise or wounded by criticism, your life becomes your own. You act from your values, not from fear. You speak from your truth, not from pressure. You make decisions based on integrity, not on protecting your image. You no longer shrink in front of judgment or inflate from approval. You become steady, centered, neutral, calm. The Stoics understood this deeply. They knew that neither praise nor criticism reflects your true worth. Both are interpretations, not reality. Both are unstable, unpredictable, and influenced by forces you cannot control. To build inner peace, you must learn to hold them lightly. By imagining that all criticism you received today was mistaken, you loosen your mind's attachment to other people's perceptions. You create space between their reactions and your identity. And in that space, you find something precious, the freedom to be yourself without bending under the weight of someone else's lens. Peace begins the moment you stop letting criticism define you and start letting clarity guide you instead. As you loosen the grip that both praise and criticism once held over you, you begin stepping into a quieter form of strength, one that doesn't rise for approval, or fall under judgment. But there is still one place the mind often refuses to look, even when it's growing wiser: the truths you avoided today. Not because you're weak, but because some truths carry weight. Some truths ask you to change. Some truths ask you to release control. Some truths require you to confront something within yourself that you've been postponing, hiding from, or softening with distraction. This is where the next practice comes in. Writing down one harsh truth you avoided all day. This is not an exercise in self-punishment. It's not about hurting yourself with honesty or tearing open wounds that aren't ready to heal. It's about uncovering a truth that already lived inside you, quietly influencing your emotions, your reactions, your choices, and your mood. Avoided truths never disappear. They wait, patiently, silently, beneath your daily busyness. And the longer they wait, the heavier they become. Writing down one harsh truth is how you release that weight. The practice begins by reflecting on your day and noticing the moment where you felt a subtle resistance, where your mind slid away from something instead of facing it. It could be a truth about your behavior, your health, your finances, your relationships, your work, your habits, your envy, your insecurity, your exhaustion, your procrastination, your loneliness, your desires, or your fears. The truth doesn't have to be dramatic. It simply has to be real. It might be something like, I didn't want to admit how tired I really am. I avoided acknowledging that I felt jealous today. I didn't want to face that I procrastinated because I was afraid. I avoided admitting I felt lonely, even around people. I avoided the truth that I didn't give something my full effort. I didn't want to see that I was seeking validation all day. I avoided acknowledging that I felt disconnected.
Once the truth appears, you do the courageous thing. You write it down.
Putting the truth into words transforms it. It takes the fog inside your chest and turns it into something clear, visible, concrete. When the truth becomes a sentence, it stops being a shadow. It becomes something you can learn from instead of fear. One of the reasons this practice is powerful is because avoided truths drain more energy than faced truths. When you avoid something, you spend the entire day navigating around it, covering it with distractions, pushing it to the side, pretending it isn't there. But when you acknowledge it, the tension dissolves. A calmness settles in, because avoidance requires effort, and honesty brings release. This exercise also strengthens your inner courage. It teaches you that truth, even when difficult, is survivable. It teaches you that honesty doesn't break you, hiding does. It teaches you that facing discomfort is often far easier than carrying the weight of avoiding it. Each time you write down a truth you avoided, you prove to yourself that you are capable of facing reality without collapsing. Another profound effect of this practice is how it deepens your self-awareness. The harsh truths you avoid most often reflect your core emotional patterns, the fears you haven't addressed, the needs you pretend you don't have, the attachments you're reluctant to let go of, the identities you're outgrowing, the habits you know are hurting you. Each truth is a signpost, a guide to the parts of yourself that need attention. Writing down the truth also reduces the mind's tendency to distort. When something remains unspoken, your mind can twist it into something worse than it is. But when you write it down, you see it clearly. Often, the truth is far more manageable than the fear surrounding it. The act of writing removes exaggeration. It brings clarity where your mind created ambiguity. This practice also softens your need for control. Avoidance is a form of control, trying to protect yourself from emotional discomfort by pretending the discomfort isn't there. But when you face the truth directly, you no longer need to control it. Acceptance replaces resistance. You stop trying to manipulate your emotional landscape and start listening to it instead. This shift brings peace. Another meaningful effect is how this practice prepares you for change, real, lasting change. You cannot transform what you refuse to acknowledge, but when you write down the truth, you create the first opening for growth. You don't need to fix the truth tonight. You don't need to solve it. You simply need to face it. The act itself is the beginning of transformation. Over time, this practice builds emotional maturity. You stop fearing your own inner world. You stop hiding from the parts of yourself that need compassion. You begin meeting your life with honesty instead of denial. You become more grounded, less reactive, more aware of your patterns, and more willing to evolve. You stop pretending that avoiding truth protects you, and you start embracing honesty as the path to freedom. And perhaps the most important part is this: writing down one harsh truth does not make you weaker. It makes you more whole. You're not confronting the truth to punish yourself. You're confronting it because peace can only grow in a mind that is not running from itself. When you face what you avoided, your heart gets lighter, your mind gets clearer, your sleep comes easier, and you wake up the next day with a sense of inner alignment that control could never give you. This is what the Stoics understood. Truth is not an enemy. It is the doorway to wisdom. And every night you practice this, you become a little freer from the illusions that kept you tense, fearful, or confused. One truth at a time, one sentence at a time, one moment of courage at a time. As you sit with the truths you avoided today, honestly, gently, without running, you begin to sense something profound beneath all this reflection. You are not a fixed being. You are not frozen in the shape you carried this morning, or the shape you carried a year ago, or the shape someone else once decided you were. You have changed today, even if subtly. You learned something. You noticed something. You released something. You softened something. You faced something you used to avoid. And yet, many people still go to bed carrying the same identity they woke up with, as if nothing shifted. But the Stoics understood something essential. A day changes you. Even an ordinary day. Even a difficult day. Even a day filled with small mistakes or quiet triumphs. Which brings us into the next practice. One of the most liberating, gentle, and transformative of them all. Saying goodbye to today's version of yourself. This practice is not dramatic. It is not emotional theatrics. It's a quiet acknowledgement that who you were today does not need to follow you into tomorrow. You have permission to evolve. You have permission to let go. You have permission to release the version of yourself who carried today's fears, reactions, insecurities, assumptions, and behaviors. You have permission to outgrow yourself nightly. The practice begins by reflecting on the person you were across the last 24 hours, not with judgment, not with flattery, but with clarity. Who were you today? What were your habits? What emotions guided you? What thoughts repeated? What fears whispered? What hopes stirred? What patterns resurfaced? What strengths showed up? Today's version of you was simply one chapter, one expression, one temporary form of your inner world. It is not your final form, not even close. Then you acknowledge that this version of you, this temporary configuration of emotions, beliefs, reactions, and habits, has served its purpose. Even if it wasn't perfect, even if it stumbled, even if it carried flaws. It brought you to this moment of reflection. It taught you something. It revealed something. It helped you navigate the day with whatever wisdom it had available. You don't shame this version of yourself. You thank it. And then you gently say goodbye. Not in a dramatic farewell, but in a soft release. I don't need to carry this version of myself into tomorrow. I allow myself to grow past who I was today. I'm thankful for who I was, but I'm not limited to it. This simple acknowledgement carries immense psychological power. It frees you from emotional stagnation. It dissolves the belief that your past behaviors must define your future behavior. It breaks the illusion that identity is fixed. It creates space for who you're becoming. Saying goodbye to today's version of yourself also dissolves shame. Mistakes lose their heaviness when you recognize that the you who made them will not exist tomorrow. You are not stuck with that version. You are not condemned to repeat their choices. The moment you say goodbye, you release the inner pressure that comes from clinging to outdated stories about yourself. This practice also strengthens emotional flexibility. When you say goodbye to today's identity, you loosen the rigid grip you often place on your self-image. You become more open to change, more willing to grow, more comfortable with uncertainty. A rigid identity fears change. A flexible identity embraces it. And peace always lives in flexibility, never rigidity. Another powerful effect is how this practice invites subconscious renewal. When you fall asleep holding on to today's identity, your mind spends the night circling the same patterns. But when you say goodbye, you create psychological space for your brain to reorganize, reset, and rebuild. You step into sleep as an open field rather than a cluttered room. Your dreams become softer, your mind becomes lighter, your morning becomes clearer. Saying goodbye to today's self also reduces the need for control. Much of your urge to control comes from trying to protect the identity you believe you must maintain. Your competence, your image, your perfection, your certainty, your reputation. But when you release that identity nightly, you stop fighting so hard to defend it. You stop policing your every move. You stop living under the weight of performance. You begin living from curiosity rather than fear. This practice fosters self-compassion as well. You stop expecting yourself to be flawless. You stop holding yourself hostage to old versions of you. You begin treating yourself the way you would treat a child learning to walk, encouraging, not criticizing, forgiving, not punishing, understanding, not demanding. And perhaps the most transformative part of this practice is this. You learn to trust your capacity for growth. Every night becomes an ending. Every morning becomes a beginning. You stop assuming that yesterday's limits define today's possibilities. You stop believing the stories your old self clung to. You begin crafting your life intentionally, one evening release at a time. Saying goodbye to today's version of yourself does not erase who you were. It liberates who you can become. It sends a message to your inner world. I am evolving. I am not fixed. I can grow again tomorrow. This nightly ritual becomes a quiet renewal, a gentle surrender, a soft resetting of the self. And in that release, control becomes unnecessary, because you realize the most important thing you can control is who you choose to become next, and you choose again tomorrow. And now, as this journey winds to its quiet end, let all these reflections settle inside you, not as pressure, not as tasks, but as reminders that peace is built in small, honest moments. One breath, one choice, one softened thought at a time. You don't need to control life to meet it well. You only need to understand yourself a little more each night and release a little more of what weighs you down. Carry what resonated. Leave behind what didn't. You are already becoming someone steadier, calmer, and more aware than you were yesterday. As you close your eyes tonight, let the day fall away. Let the mind unclench. Let the heart